person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party and home of the $400 a month per U.S. adult citizen plan. I'm David Sponheim, and I can tell you this is a big opportunity for all of us to start thinking about what everybody needs to get ahead in this world. I've got people sending me suggestions that we should offer $20,000 a year versus $5,000 a year or $4,800 a year. I would love to be able to give people more money than $400 a month per U.S. adult citizen. And this doesn't apply to people collecting disability or citizens who are on Social Security. Anybody getting disability or Social Security, they don't qualify for an extra $400. But I want to make sure that people have a little something in their pocket to get through the month, just to buy food. I really believe that we're in a very, very tough time coming up. And the beauty of this plan is we could easily reset our entire economy if everybody had a card, or everybody who needed or wanted a card had a card. Now, you would not have to apply, but it would be available to anybody, even stockbrokers. You wouldn't have the 6-month checkup like you have with food stamps right now. It would erase a whole layer of bureaucracy, and a lot of people who are federal employees sitting there handling the fees, handling the SNAP program, the EBT program. They're not working right now, by the way. They're going to be put out of work coming up in February. Nobody's going to be getting food stamps if this entire shutdown continues. So something like this could very well help our economy. Even if there's some sort of an economic hit, we could reset everybody's income every month or even faster. It would be a very good safeguard against somebody attacking our economy. Hey, the Mueller team is disputing a BuzzFeed report claiming Trump told Cohen to lie. I'm not sure why Mueller is now standing up for Trump, but it looks like Mueller is a shill working for Trump. Yeah, This is legit.
My phone now is one of the investigative reporters for BuzzFeed News who broke this story, Anthony Cormier. Anthony, thank you so much for being here. Your reporting has obviously captured much of the country. This morning, it's on every network. So can you tell us, Anthony, the evidence? I know that in the report you say that you have 2 law enforcement sources who tell you that they have seen evidence, texts, emails, a cache of other documents, maybe transcripts with other witnesses in Trump Organization that Donald Trump pressured Michael Cohen to lie. He suborned perjury. Have you seen any of that other corroborating evidence?
No, I've not seen it personally, but the folks that we've talked to, the 2 officials that we've spoken to, are fully 100% read in to that aspect of the special counsel's investigation.
Okay, we'll get to this later. Michael Cohen telling the truth finally after flipping on his plea agreement and then finally saying, okay, this is the whole deal. Trump ordered him to lie. Trump ordered him to get polls taken of people and then have the polls rigged. That's what he's saying. Cohen is saying polls were rigged, or he attempted to rig them. And he also had a website constructed to women claiming they really like him and they're attracted to Donald Trump. I mean, all kinds of lies were being pushed through Cohen, and now he's talking the truth. So if Mueller cannot pull it together and realize what's really happening, Mueller is absolutely useless. He's turned out to be a shill. Over the past 1.5 to 2 years, he's been wasting our time. Hey, we've got the largest single group of migrants to ever tunnel underneath the border.
At the center of the shutdown is the battle over the border. And this morning, there's a new government report that says thousands more children were possibly separated from their parents by immigration authorities than were previously thought. The report saying the total number is, quote, unknown because of poor communication between federal agencies. Our chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman, has more at the border in Yuma, Arizona. Good morning, Matt.
Good morning.
Matt, you're standing next to a green screen. Come on. You're not in front of the border, Matt. Give me a break. I mean, you can even see the dithered blur in the background. Anyway, you get the idea. They still don't know how many people got through in that tunnel. Now, Donald Trump should be doing tunnel interdiction right now as the number one thing. And if we don't get tunnel interdiction going, that's a serious problem. Yeah, why even build a fence or a wall until we get the tunnel straightened out? He went to a Border Patrol agent and listened to them say, oh, there's lots of tunnels they're getting underneath. Should we not worry about that right now? I mean, that's the number one thing Border Patrol should be focusing on. Surely we could build a road along the 1,000 miles we need to cover and start X-ray equipment ahead of the fence. X-ray equipment could look hundreds of feet down in the ground and could determine tunnels. We could have that robotized. Robotic X-ray things in stealth mode, flying at night or riding at night over this road, looking, sensing, listening to any tunneling. They got tunnels big enough to drive cars through, Mark said. Wow. Well, then we got to get busy. Our Vidionics system that we have in place because of Obama is piss poor. And everything about Obama was a waste of time. And I really support Trump in his efforts to get the $5 billion that we need, because it's my idea. The 1,000-mile fence is my idea. I measured the distance we need to cover. And I can tell you, B2 O'Rourke doesn't understand where we want to put the fence. He's talking about the river. The river doesn't need a fence. We got a river right now. If anything, we need a moat there. Yeah, the Border Patrol is too busy 100 miles away from the border stopping U.S. citizens on their way to work, asking them if they are Americans. And isn't that problem a big issue? I know people down in El Paso. I won't even visit them. Because, you know, when you roll into that area, you constantly get pulled over by Border Patrol, no matter who you are. It's ridiculous. I mean, Americans don't even want to go down to the southern part of America anymore. I don't. I'm not taking a field trip down there. What do you think? That's like suicide. Field trip. Hey, I'm not doing any field trips. Do you have any idea how many people have threatened my life? I've had 1,000 death threats in this room. 1,000 death threats. Other people hardly get any, and they're in the news. What do you think? You think that's funny? Okay, I'm done with this particular segment of talking about the border. This is disturbing. Steve Mnuchin, our Treasury Secretary, with his wife, Louise Linton, and Michael Milken, the guy who served jail time for a variety of crimes, securities and fraud crimes. 2 years in prison he spent in 1990, this guy right here in the blue suit. And our Steve Mnuchin is hanging out with a guy who served 2 years, for fraud, securities fraud. Nice. That's the kind of Treasury Secretary who's unbiased, right? Can you believe this? Trump is all about corruption. He's all about corruption. He breeds corruption. Why would he have 6 billionaires in the cabinet? Why would a billionaire want to work? Person has $1,000 million. Why would they be working? Anybody? There's no answer to the question why he has 6 billionaires unless you look at corruption. They're there to make their cronies and friends more money. They're there to suck you dry. That's Donald Trump. I think he created a snake pit. We went from the swamp to the snake pit. I think we're dealing with a lot of corruption and possibly bribery. We know for a fact that Betsy DeVos gave Donald Trump $9.5 million, which is an illegal FEC violation, campaign donation. She gave the RNC, the Republican National Committee, $200 million in order to become Secretary of Education. That is bribery, plain and simple. That is what our country and the Democrats should be looking at. That's what the impeachment process should be about, high crimes and misdemeanors. Mueller is a joke. He can't even produce one single case of obstruction of justice when the mere fact that Donald Trump talked to Lester Holt that day, his story flipped all over the place, by the way, why he fired James Comey. I think it flipped 4 different ways that day, but in the end, he told Lester Holt that he fired Comey because he wanted to end the Russian thing. That's obstruction of justice, plain and simple. So what's Mueller waiting for? Mueller is bought off. Mueller was chosen by Rod Rosenstein because they got something they can manipulate Mueller on. Now Rod Rosenstein is saying he's leaving as soon as Mueller produces his report. He's out of there. These people are interlopers. They're surrogate people filling a job that they're not doing. All right, Johnny. We're gonna pull you out now. Yeah, I've warned you about posting links that are irrelevant to politics. All right, thanks. Please comment on this picture with an MK Ultra sex slave. Let's take a look. Now, I don't know if this is truly a picture of Hillary Clinton with an MK Ultra sex slave, but there's something very weird about this picture. Can you spot it? Okay, time's up. What is the answer? Anyone? Nipples. There you go. Rosie got it. Rosie, you're alerted to the nipple thing. Yeah, that woman was wearing nipples. Are those add-ons you can get, pasties, to get them to look like that? Does anybody know? Or is that actually her breasts? Oh my goodness, that's actually her breasts. Well, we don't want to show nudity on the screen. Of course, that wasn't nudity. Well, there's something wrong with Hillary wanting women who go braless. Here I'm all flustered looking at that. Yeah, she was cold. Braless with Hillary, and we all know how Hillary was looking directly at... the stream did die, yeah. Let me see if I can pull up that picture of Hillary looking at that famous woman's breasts. All right. I'm back. If you're having problems with the download or the down low, you want to definitely hit the pause button on the video play on Vaughn. That sometimes corrects the problem. If it pauses, it catches up. Will you stop talking about this? I mean, you want to get WWE discussions going, I'll bring Jesse Ventura in here. All right? Thank you. It's impressive. The man himself. All they talk about is world wrestling. I mean, it's just absurd. Okay, I'm scanning the pictures of Hillary. We have one where she's looking at a woman's breasts. This is Biden breathing into the back of one of our cabinet members from Obama's. He was smelling her. Biden, the guy who likes to smell people. I've never watched Stormy Daniels naked. No, I'm kind of old-fashioned that way. I don't like looking at women, in that way. Trump Deutsche Bank links sites of U.S. House investigators. Good. So the U.S. House is now investigating what they needed to investigate when the Republicans were ignoring this. This is exactly what we need to look at. Yeah, well, women have been wearing bras for years. That's why even pictures like this were a bit risque during the time. Jane Mansfield and Sophia Loren. And Sophia's looking at Jane Mansfield's breasts. You can see that. I think it's because she literally was falling out of her top. Jane Mansfield died a terrible death. She lost her head, was decapitated. Sad. Well, Trump Deutsche Bank links are the sites. This is a serious indication. Trump has a $1 billion liability with Deutsche Bank. And $1 billion he owes Deutsche Bank. And that is in and of itself a big, huge national security risk, in my opinion. The Democratic House of Representatives launched a range of investigation into the president and his businesses, and looking into the ties with Deutsche Bank. It turns out the guy who handles Deutsche Bank is Anthony Kennedy's son, the guy who abandoned the office of the Supreme Court to let a beer-drinking alleged rapist take over, Brett Kavanaugh. Yeah. Interesting. All right, we're not going to do that one. And yeah, don't post links in here that are not related to politics. This is your last warning. It wastes my time looking at things. Her death stated the immediate cause of death was crushed skull with an avulsive cranium and brain. There you go. It wasn't a decapitation. They're untrue. Although she suffered from head trauma, the urban legend was not true. It was just a brush with, it was a car crash with its top virtually sheared off. Thanks for sharing. That makes all the difference. But I was still looking for the picture of Hillary looking at, not Gwen Stefani, it was another woman. You looking too? Okay, we're finding that in just a second. Okay, one last check, and then I'm out of here with looking for it. Oh, Hillary, oh, Hillary. You think Hillary's going to run again? I think there's a very good chance she will. That's if she's even Hillary. I mean, look at how she was when she got done talking to John Podesta. Okay, let's remove the background from the eye. I don't want you to be upset by the one eye behind my... By the way, they've actually conducted experiments with pigs where they've actually done this. Remember this picture from, I think it was Outer Limits? They're doing it with pigs now, the brains of pigs. They've been able to keep pigs alive for 3 days. That's pretty impressive. 3 days alive in your body. So the possibility that rich people are going to be sitting around in large vats with their brains sitting there talking to you in the future very much could happen. Yeah, they're working on trying to stay alive, these people. They'll do anything. They have the blood of children injected in their veins. That's the weirdest story I think I've heard this month. There it is. Hillary and Christina Aguilera. Check that out. Yeah, baby. I'm looking at those breasts. That's what she's saying. So the rumors that Hillary's a lesbian are very real, and Uma Abedin too. Real rumors. Whether it's true or not, you only have to wonder. But sitting there with an MK Ultra slave with her breasts showing is a very odd indication. Now, this was early on in their presidency. So Bill and Hillary were up to some kinky stuff, as you probably know. And there you have it. Close up on the nipples. Yeah. Hey, sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that that woman was exploited too. Christina Aguilera lost a lot of weight, then she gained it back. Yeah, that's what happens when you get older. If you guys are going on diets, you may be a little concerned that your diet isn't working. The more you go on a diet, the more likely you're going to gain weight. So, weight loss is about changing your lifestyle, not about anything else. Now, Christina Aguilera grew up with Britney Spears. They were the Disney part of the Mickey Mouse Club when they were young. So her career is kind of taken a huge boost with her appearance on. Why am I talking about Christina Aguilera? Let's change the subject. Sorry. Okay. Hillary was straight, yes. Bill told you. I never had sexual relations with Hillary. Webb Hubbell gave birth to Chelsea. Yeah, you heard Webb Hubbell may have been the father of Chelsea. Webb Hubbell was a good friend of Hillary's, and the idea that he looks like Chelsea is very real. You look at their faces, you see similarities. This is definitely a conspiracy theory, and she's been approached and asked, and she never denied that Webb Hubbell was her father. But you can see the clear similarities between them. Yeah, same lip, exact same face. And I don't think Hillary's going to be running, or Chelsea's going to be running for any offices, so. Song of the tune of Mickey Mouse. DONALDTRMUP, Donald Trump, Mickey Mouse. Again, we're not allowing any pictures of gang members on our show, or MS-13 people on our show. You're buffering over there? All right. It's probably because of the profound nature of things. Yeah. It's difficult to understand why things are the way they are in this world. I'm not one of those people that ask questions like, is Biden really smelling her conditioner, or is he hitting on this guy's wife? I don't know. I don't think I need to ask those questions. So Trump Deutsche Bank is under their investigation. They're looking into it. Bringing you up to speed here now. The Republicans are coming up with a method in which they're planning on getting the Republicans in the Senate to vote in odd strategy for the wall, but even Republicans on the Hill recognize the idea is not likely to succeed, pending a shift in Democratic thinking. The White House has a new long-shot idea for getting Trump's water wall, persuading the Senate to take up the president's wall request to force a deal with the Democrats, then reopen the government. As the government shutdown enters its fifth week, the White House wants the Senate to take up legislation that would provide $5.7 billion for a barrier along the southern border. They raised it. It was 5.6, now it's 5.7. I am being DDoSed, yes. Joe, this is pure censorship. What can I tell you? You guys have been instructed to go over to the other chat room. Are you unable to find it? Go to our website, America's Third Party, and click on the video chat options. Okay. Vice President Mike Pence and Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner met Thursday with Mitch McConnell, and one option batted around was the congressional committees to take up the border request and potentially amend it to the committee, all while the government is shut down, according to a person familiar with the talks. You know, if there's a short-term shutdown to give us the space to negotiate, the Democrats won't negotiate. The Democrats are unwilling to talk at this time, but I think Trump is doing something, very strong. It's a big gamble, but if it pays off, that's great. Again, this is now a bannable offense. Captain? Yeah, I requested that you do not post this picture again and again. You keep doing it. You're out of here. Deutsche Banks, not douchebags. The democratically led House is looking into not douchebags, but they're looking into Deutsche Bank. Big difference. Can't believe you think that. And this is a big concern. We talked about this in the pre-show. Trump tried to illegally withhold disaster relief money from Puerto Rico. Oh yeah, I bet. This guy looks like he's got serious constipation, That's that look when you just can't get going. A Washington Post article on the resignation of Deputy Housing and Urban Development Secretary Pam Patenaude, a housing policy professional who's been de facto running the department under the vague auspices of Ben Carson, who liked to attack his mother with a ball-peen hammer, by the way. Yeah, it contains stunning information that Trump attempted to illegally cut off federal disaster assistance to the island of Puerto Rico. That's pretty serious. Not only did he not get the water delivered to the final mile to the people that needed it, he just dropped it off on the banks of the Puerto Rico's docket there. In October, Trump tweeted inaccurately that the Puerto Rican government was planning to use disaster relief money to pay off old debts. That wasn't the case. But they went on to say that this entire effort was violating the law, and redirecting disaster assistance money to Texas and Florida instead is a serious allegation. John Kelly and Mike Mulvaney did not want a single dollar going to Puerto Rico. Wow. Mick Mulvaney. POTUS was not consolable about this. He kept saying, Patenaude told White House budget officials during an early December meeting in the situation that money had been appropriated by Congress and must be sent. She assured them that HUD had proper oversight of the funds. It's shocking on its own terms that Trump would just stamp around and say, I'm not going to send money to these people. Unbelievable. Misconduct related to the handling of Hurricane Maria is, however, especially noteworthy because it stands at the intersection of all major themes of his administration: incompetence, disregarding legal niceties, racial animus, and the Republican Party that's completely abdicated its obligations of constitutional oversight. We are giving Israel $3.8 billion a year. For over a 10-year period, we could build a wall probably on the southern border. I don't think you could build a wall for less than $35 billion. I think Trump was talking out of his butt when he was saying he could build it for $23 billion or $25 billion. I know I could build this wall for a total of $1 billion with containers. I feel fine about it. I'm against the stipend to Israel. I'm not in favor of sending money to them as long as they can continue to commit human rights violations. I've talked about that. I would use it as a carrot and stick, that they would have to come clean about their misuse of their weapons against Palestinian youth. I mean, it's crazy what's happening. But I would use that as a carrot and stick to get them to at least comply with human rights. That's ridiculous to give them money if they're in violation of that. But I'm going to use the precedent that Israel has not signed the nuclear non-proliferation agreement. Because they have not signed the nuclear non-proliferation agreement, they don't really deserve any money if they indeed have nuclear weapons. Now, we know that Israel has nuclear weapons just as much as they know that Iran has nuclear detonators. So it's really a question is, are they willing to start admitting culpability? Are they willing to start changing their policies toward human rights? And this is a policy that I think we need to evolve into. We can't hold bias in favor of Israel except to see them as our ally in the region. We can't let them lead our politics in that region and start us in a war against any one country in the Middle East. Yes, I know that Trump canceled Pelosi's ridiculous, unnecessary trip to Afghanistan. Melania flew on Air Force One to Mar-a-Lago. I can believe it, yeah. Trump is trying to tell Pelosi, you don't matter. Pelosi's acting incredibly rude by ignoring the need for border security. I'm with Trump on this one. Uh-oh, Miley's upset. What's happening? Miley Cyrus, upset. I thought she just got married. She married a guy, and here she is talking about her broken phone to match our broken society. Ah, look at that. What a selfie. There it is. Miley Cyrus, broken phone to match our broken system. Yeah. That's a pretty good one. That tells it all. A picture says 1,000 words. Miley was rocking the other night. Yeah, she was really pouring her guts out. I think I had a clip of her. Let me see if I can pull it up again. She was acting almost like Janis Joplin. It was pretty cool. I mean, I'm not a big Miley fan, as you know. Ever since she declared that she was a Satanist, I was a little bit put off by that, yeah. But here she is crushing it at the Say Hello to Heaven Chris Cornell tribute concert. Check this out. Now, can a Satanist say hello to heaven? Is that okay? I don't know. It kind of breaches all levels of religious purity and sanctity. Here she is crushing it. TMZ. Man, she really belts it, man. I almost think that she sees herself as kind of a Janis Joplin kind of character. She's prettier than Janis Joplin, but yeah. I think we can change the subject now. The leaders are all taking the money for themselves and not the people. That's why it was held back. Really? I didn't know. So you think that the Puerto Ricans were going to pocket that money? And Donald was just helping the people. Why didn't he deliver the water, though, to the final mile? Why did he leave it to the people of Puerto Rico to deliver the final mile of water to the people in need? Most of it's still sitting at the dock right now. People were drinking out of toilets instead of the water that we brought them all the way across the waters. And Trump just dropped it at their shores. I don't think really that Trump cares about the Puerto Rican people. John Trump ran a brothel? Really? Okay, I guess I have to look that up. The Red Blood Wolf Moon this weekend? Yeah, we'll be showing it live in our show. Red Blood Wolf Moon. Yes, Kimosabe. We will be here. Trump's family fortune originated in a Canadian gold rush brothel. Oh, this is interesting. Thanks for this lead. I didn't even know this. No wonder he's keeping Trump escorts as a trademark in China. He wants to exploit humans. Trump's family fortune originated in a Canadian gold rush brothel. Look at that. Donald Trump's grandfather, Friedrich Trump, ran the restaurant, bar, and brothel. It was Friedrich that did it, not John. Yeah. There he is. Good old Friedrich. Always look for a good date with Friedrich. Go to the bar. Find lady. No wonder Trump's willing to sell our country to the Russians. It runs in his blood. Exploiting people. Making money illegally. Fred left Germany at age 16 with little more than a suitcase, headed to New York to work as a barber. Following stints in Seattle, now defunct Monte Cristo, the gold fever carried him to Bennett, Canada. Wow. Hey, good to know. You want a link to this? This is a Bloomberg study. You know a lot of this crap, just saying. Yeah, I'm glad you brought this info to our show. Frederick Kennedy Sponheim. My fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what your tablet is delivering in app form any one day of the year. Ask for free apps on your tablet. David, you should know your firstborn is Friedrich. No, I am not Friedrich. Runs in whose blood? I'm going to say Donald Trump is a person who has a family line of taking money from slumlord opportunities to oligarchs who are loading people money on contingencies that they will control America. It's within the scope of Donald Trump to do this. That's all I'm saying. Yes. That's bothering me. I'm removing you. There's so much more. Let's just say, where do you want to start? Justice for Katie, where she was going to tell about how she was raped as a 13-year-old girl by Donald Trump. And then she was so frightened of meeting anybody in the press that the next day she dropped the charges because she felt that they were going to kill her. Where do you want to start with Trump? I mean, at what point do you want to begin the story? Because I think the Democrats are struggling right now. There's just so much incriminating evidence, they don't even know where to go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. What's your question? Hey, I started the show today talking about Google and how they claim to be free all those years. They were totally stipended by the government. In-Q-Tel, a special shill, it's a shell corporation for the government, for the Department of Defense, purchased a huge amount of Google stock early on. And by the way, Google is half owner in Facebook too. So they created these social networks with money they printed. Our government printed money to make these things happen so that they could offer you free services. Now they're starting to charge. Google is going to charge now for their Office equivalent. Microsoft Office's version of theirs. Google's version is going to charge. All right. We got the top Minnesota high school hockey team is number 1 and number 2 playing tomorrow outdoor in 22 below air temperatures. Wow. That's going to be exciting. Wow. 22 below hockey? I hope that's televised. So now Google is not so free. But now that they have all of us going there and checking our news there, you know, anything's possible. So Mueller team denies the BuzzFeed report. We got that covered. But I think BuzzFeed has a couple of eyewitnesses that said that Trump told Cohen a lie, or told Cohen to lie. Trump says he will make a major announcement on Saturday about the border and government shutdown. I hope that works out. His last announcement was massive snorkeling and breathing problems. I hope this time he's got past his snorting problem, because that didn't sound right. He did it like a short announcement from the White House. I purged you because I didn't like looking at the question. That's why I didn't mute you. I sometimes purge people when I'm looking at the chat because I don't want to keep looking at that statement. Something about it bothered me. Facebook and Google sells our information to the government. That's right. And if you don't believe that, ask yourself, how can Google operate with hardly any revenue? And how do they pay each other huge salaries to everybody? Trump is a total suck-up to the Russian government. He has been in every way. He's been working for Russia, systematically doing whatever Russia tells him to. We just found out from Cohen that Trump even ordered Cohen to put on a fake poll and fake the poll results. It didn't work, but he tried to fake the poll results. Black magic woman. Poll results, yeah. And he also put together a website, Cohen did, of women claiming that they love Trump. Fake stories of women saying they're attracted to him, blah, blah, blah. Really? How do you know that? Do you hang out looking at her feet? I'm doing very well, Daryl. Thank you. I wouldn't tattoo any part of my body. Okay, this police officer in Chi-Town, Chicago, Jason Van Dyke, sentenced to 6 years, 9 months in prison for the Laquan McDonald murder. Yeah, pretty serious. This guy is the only guy in 50 years, only cop in 50 years to be arrested and charged and prosecuted for murdering people unnecessarily. So we played this a little earlier. I don't want to show you the death of this young man, 17-year-old Laquan McDonald, but in 2014, Van Dyke shot the black teen 16 times. 16 times? Yep. No wonder he's been charged with murder. Oh, yeah. And this is the first case of murder charged against a cop in 50 years. So it's really a long time coming to get brutality investigated. Thank goodness Jason Van Dyke will be spending 6 years, 9 months. I don't know how long he'll last in jail with a cop killer, like a guy who kills, a cop who kills, as opposed to a cop killer. A cop who kills. You got to wonder if he's going to go into a special place, maybe Jeffrey Dahmer's cell. They were unable to keep Jeffrey Dahmer alive in jail. But yeah, pretty sad the way brutality is. You know, we play these videos of people being beaten up by cops on our show quite a bit. Cops are trying to help protect us, but they don't do a very good job. And with 1,200 people a year dying now as a result of cops in America, on average, that's not a good job they're doing. They're failing. And I believe cop brutality is going to be addressed full on by my administration. I want to set up sensitivity training courses for cops that receive federal money.
No. Watch this.
Where are you guys going from here?
What was the problem? Why did you pull me over?
Why did I pull you
Yeah.
over? Because we have a lot of problem with fraud rental cars in here. And I see you guys all split when I come into the lot, the way you guys were parked. So I just want to make sure that
Is
it was
this
a
one
legit
fraud?
rental. No.
Oh, okay.
No, you're fine.
Okay. So I'm free to go, right?
Yeah, you're free to go.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, where
Appreciate
are you guys
it.
heading?
I'm being detained, or I'm free to go.
No, I'm asking you a question, but you can be pulled out of the car and I can search it if you really want.
How is that?
Any way I want. Doesn't mean I can use what I find, but I can do it. So you want to do that? You want to play that game, little hard ass, or you want to go back to Rick?
All I'm saying is,
Don't talk shit.
I'm
all
not talking
You guys
shit.
are all over there, a bunch of tatted up gangsters and everything, hanging out.
I'm
in the
not a
motels.
gangster.
Yeah, but you're all tatted up. You're sitting there.
My
you can't
son's
even park-
name? My
You know
son's
what?
name?
You can't even park the damn car right. You're over there. She's all tatted and everything else. You're not even from around here, all right?
I was taking
so don't come here and talk shit.
a picture. How am I talking shit to you, officer?
You're talking shit. Am I being detained or what? I told you could go, right? So go.
All right.
Get the fuck out of here.
Nice police officer, yeah. Unbelievable. Yeah, psychopath. I know. This is how they are. They love to lord power over you. Now, 1,200 deaths a year in America. Half of those people, more than half of those people were not armed. Every year, nearly 1,200 people die in America who are unarmed. More and more of this is happening. I can't explain it other than horrible training at every police department in America. I've found out that the police will not allow anybody with an IQ above 107 to join the force. Isn't that kind of funny? Considering we need detectives with good IQs, Columbos out there, we're getting these bare minimum intelligence people who are, can you imagine losing your child and calling up and asking, do you have any information, and getting, well, yeah, man, we're working on it, but, it takes time to get rid of the, find the perpetrator who took your child. That's the kind of person we're getting on the phone now. In D.C., Peter Newsham, the police chief, he doesn't have any qualifications to be a police chief. He's been the interim police chief for years now. Nobody's replaced him. And every time he reaches out to people and has meetings, he always says, well, we inherited this problem. We don't know how to find your children. More child abductions occur in D.C. area than anywhere in the country. And it's got the lowest number of pedophile arrests. That's suspicious. And Peter Newsham is not doing his job. And many people in our police departments are not doing their job. It's very serious. So if you are one of those people that thinks, oh, all this is going to go away and it's going to be a magical world if you keep voting Democrat or Republican, you are the problem. A Philly judge lowers charges against Pownall in suspect's death, releases ex-cop on bail. Okay, let's see what this is. Local Philly politics here. Or this is a serious... Donna Clement Jackson, the godmother of David Jones, stands with other supporters of Jones after court hearing for former Philadelphia police officer Ryan Pownall, who is being charged with the death of Jones. First cop to be charged with murder in nearly 2 decades, was released Thursday after posting $50,000 in bail. He awaits trial at a reduced charge. $50,000 in bail is ridiculous for a murder charge. That's absurd. That should be $500,000 in bail. Wow, they cut him a deal there, didn't they? The district attorney had hoped to keep Pownall in jail until his trial, but Common Pleas Judge Robin Coleman's decision to reduce the charges and allow bail is a blow to the DA. Pownall pulled Jones over for riding a dirt bike illegally in North Philadelphia. He found a weapon as he searched Jones, leading to a standoff between the two. Jones tossed his gun to the ground and ran. Prosecutors said Pownall then shot Jones twice in the back, killing him. Well, another case that should probably go to prosecution against the cop. Thanks, Daryl. Hey.
Sorry, I'm late.
Oh, that's okay. You're not late. You can always come in any time at this time. Okay, and Bloomberg has a story. Absence is still high as TSA predicts airport holiday travel crush. Okay, there's a holiday coming up. What is it? Valentine's Day?
It's
Martin Luther King Jr.
Day.
On Monday. Okay. Still high. Absence is still high. Well, they're not getting paid. They're going to be absent. But, I really don't care. We don't need TSA workers. We can replace them with National Guards members. I don't know why Trump hasn't done this. It's like Trump doesn't understand what he's doing. That's how it seems to me. I would have made distinct choices right now to alleviate the pressure on our economy. Getting TSA replaced with National Guards members would have been an easy solution. Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to go do a little cooking, and I'll be back. We've got a story from Bloomberg here. We'll get to that later. Another story. Well, I think we've got enough National Guards members making money right now to replace TSA workers very easily. It would not be a problem. It would be seamless. And Michael Cohen was seen returning home from surgery. He had a shoulder surgery today. He's the eye of the storm, returning home from shoulder surgery. He claimed President ordered him to lie to Congress about Trump Tower Moscow project. So Cohen is speaking to other people besides Mueller, and Mueller is contradicting him now, showing Mueller is a shill. He doesn't want to prosecute Trump at all. Mueller has been doing everything he can to avoid prosecuting Trump. Mueller is standing in the way of progress here. Mueller's denying that this is actually something Michael Cohen told people, and he told BuzzFeed this. White House went on the attack. Trump quoted Fox News reporters saying Cohen's word has to be seen in light of his admission he lies to Congress. All right, so Cohen is a proven liar, but why would he lie now? The deal was cut. The plea agreement was cut before the die. All right. Before the lie.
He wants an investigation of Cohen's father-in-law? Wow. Wow. Crazy. All right. Misanthropy. Do we even need a TSA? No, because it's not really securing us. It's just the illusion of security. I learned that from Adam Ruins Everything. So, do we really need a TSA? Why do we really want the illusion of security? Hello, Jim Bob. That's a whole lot of emoticons. Yeah, David would make a great president. I agree with you. 116 is named Hillary and says David would make a great president. Thanks for the link, Scissor Fight. Alrighty. Confused over TSA, but sure about third party winning in 2020. I think now is the time. I think people are going to be sick of both the Democrats and the Republicans if they don't open up the government. They'll be sick of hearing about it, and they'll be like, let a third party in. I probably should get dreadlocks. You can do that. Then it'll look like I have worms in my hair and while I'm feeding the worms. Yep, that's the problem. The two parties block anybody from coming in. Sarah still believes in David. Wow. Resign or be impeached. Democrats are erupting over the bombshell Trump obstruction report. The BuzzFeed story on the Trump Tower Moscow is different. It depends on Trump being heard on tape. Well, Miley is a female vocalist, I guess. I didn't know talking about wrestling will get you banned. A report claimed he told Cohen to lie to Congress. Reportedly direct his attorney to lie to Congress. Wow. About his ambitions to build a Trump Tower in Moscow. He testified to lawmakers that plans for the building. Ended in early 2016. Trump's talk with Russian business over the deal extended into the final months of the 2016 election. It was uncovered by Mueller, raises a new era of legal peril for the president. Wow. If proven, it would be grounds for impeachment. Yay. The chairman of the House Intelligence Committee is vowing to investigate. Good. Wow. They're going to do what Trump had previously denied any business.
Have nothing to do with Russia. To the best of my knowledge, no person.
Cohen struck a plea deal with prosecutors. He was forced to change his story. They're thinking about building a building. We decided not to do it. But there would be nothing wrong if we would have done it. Blah, blah, blah. That was my business. Oh, they have access to internal company emails, text messages, and a cache of other documents that could prove that Trump ordered him to lie to Congress. Cohen is set to be interviewed publicly in Congress before his 3-year prison sentence begins in February. He'll be grilled about the part Trump may have been played in the crime. Huh. Wow. All right, that's pretty interesting. Thank you. No, I have not urged David to become an Uber driver. Did you know that Uber driver, like, if you have, at least on some, it all depends on your insurance, but on some insurance, car insurance, if you are logged into the Uber app, your car insurance is void. So therefore, it's like you're driving around as uninsured, but worse, you're driving around other people while you're uninsured. That could be very bad. You want me to make you a thesaurus? How? What do you want included in your thesaurus? I think I was registered as both at different times in my life, Jim. Jim asked, have I ever been a registered Democrat or GOP? I think I've been both, but now I'm definitely a centrist. I don't know if I've registered or independent. Got a spicy pastrami sandwich and spicy V8 as your veggie. I need to, I have some pizza left over from Wednesday. I'm probably going to heat up tonight. Test, hello, pirate. Oh. One of the BuzzFeed journalists behind Thursday's report said he understands why Trump would want to shift attention from allegations that he told Cohen to lie to Congress. However, said he doesn't understand why Trump is trying to shift it to Cohen's father-in-law. Yeah, I don't understand that either. Watch father-in-law. It understood when Cohen's office was raided, the FBI and special counsel obtained quite a bit of evidence, including emails and text messages. Wow. So apparently they obtained text messages between Cohen and Felix Sater on the project, and in those text messages he's discussed briefing Trump. Wow. Interesting. Okay, hello. Well, it's interesting because then Sniper One, I do care, because if it's if it's true, then they can definitely have grounds for impeachment. You don't like most red sauce reheated? Does David do hors d'oeuvres? Not always. I can't do leftover pizza for breakfast unless it was, no. Lining of my coat matches my hair. I think it's just a reflection of the light because it's a gray lining. You're saying my hair is gray? Only some of it's gray. Thanks, Jim Bob. All right, closing out of that. That was interesting, though. No, I encourage everybody to throw on a jacket or a sweater. It's just part of being green and sustainable. Okay. Trump is saying he's going to make a major announcement tomorrow about the border and government shutdown. Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me, 116. Yeah, we've had presidents before that bought McDonald's. I mean, Bill Clinton used to go and eat at McDonald's. Sit around. No, it's on my camera. It does seem like it's brown. You're right, because there's some kind of light reflection that's like that. Anyway, if David decided to do that, I would urge him to not go on camera. No, he has a beautiful body. David does, so that would be fine. Misanthropy. You wonder if the Cheeto has a stake in the fast food industry? It might. Cheeto, like Dorito, like Lay's, isn't it Lay's Chips Company or something like that? I agree with that statement, 116. I'm not a big fan of Trump. Yeah, okay. Oh, Daryl VJ says hospitals have a stake in fast food companies because they have like heart disease and all of that. You could be right. They built a tunnel under the border wall, of course. According to Fox, they say universities and radical professors are steering politics leftward, and socialism is on the rise. I know, actually, there's in our town, there are quite a lot of people that eat at the hospital, like the hospital cafeteria. I don't really understand that. What do I think that Democrats, well, not just Democrats, but Democrats and Republicans should do to reopen the government? If anyone wants to reopen the government, they've got to convince Mitch McConnell, because he's basically majority Senate leader, and so he is preventing certain bills from going to the floor for a vote. Whether or not, Senate is voting against them, he's keeping them from getting voted on. So the House will pass a bill saying, okay, this is what we're going to do to reopen government. We'll pass the appropriations, because that's basically all of those partial government shutdowns is from appropriations. And from my understanding, Mitch McConnell is refusing to bring those same bills, and then people will write those bills in Senate, or they'll go to the Senate, and Mitch McConnell won't even allow them to be voted on in the Senate. So we have the House and the Senate. The way that bills work is they have to go through basically they have to filter up into the House floor and the Senate floor. And then they have to be voted on at the House floor and Senate floor. And if they pass both of those houses, they go to the president. And then the president can either sign it, not do anything, or veto it. If he signs it, or if he doesn't do anything, it becomes law within 10 days. I think it's 10 working days, but 10 days. If he vetoes it, it can actually go back to the House and Senate, and the House and Senate can pass it with a supermajority and not require the president to sign it. Therefore, the House and Senate could completely bypass Trump if they so chose. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Misanthropy. I'm just a bill, yes, I'm only a bill, and I'm sitting here on Capitol Hill. All you need to do to open the government is pass me on the way. Okay, never mind. Okay, Sarah, don't. Keep your day job. You are not a singer. You will not be famous singing ever, but that's okay. What happens if the president is incompetent? Well, they can impeach the president. They can vote to impeach the president, which is saying that they find that there's a flaw in the president, but then the House can impeach the president. The Senate has almost like a court hearing. Yeah, it's a court hearing, and the Senate can then remove him from office if he's found guilty at their court hearing. But the first step would be an impeachment. I secretly want to be like one of David's singing, one of those female vocalists that David likes very much. But anyway, so from what I've heard, they've already, if certain people that are in charge of committees or even in charge of the floor, they can table any bill. So say there's a junior senator or junior congressman that's like, I've got this really great idea for a bill. And then they bring it up to their committee, and the president of the committee says, that's not a good bill. I don't like it. And then they just table it, what they call table it. And that just means they don't vote on it. So then it never gets passed. Yeah, that's true. Anyway, that's a little bit about why I think the government shutdown's going and how I think it could happen. They could reopen government. A winter storm is named Harper is hitting northeast Ohio with heavy snow and winds. I'm so glad it's not snowing. It's raining here pretty hard, but it's not snowing. Federal workers are lining up for free meals, and they're visiting food banks. The shutdown is hitting day 28. Who knew we'd see a return to soup lines under Trump? Man. I'm not Bezos type. No, thank you. It will work out with David. I'm with David for life. Am I... Where? At the... Oh, I am. That's kind of weird, isn't it? Oh, that's because I'm wearing... That's... Look, I'm see-through. I'm wearing a green shirt. That matches the green screen. If it didn't have writing on it, I could be a floating head. See, I could even do that. I could go like this and watch. As long as I don't sit back. There we go. Hello, everyone. I'm just a head. I'm just Sarah's head floating here. It's a cool... I've got this perfect color for a green screen. I've come in here to visit you all. Didn't somebody always say Sarah should wear that green color? And it's just like, oh, green screen. It's the same green color. Yep. It's a cool green shirt. Science Day. It is kind of eerie to just have my like head floating out here. David would be a little confused when he came back in. Well, he would see me, but he'd like wouldn't see. Yeah. Sarah in a box. Oh, goodness. Wow. I gotta show you guys this. A marine biologist swam with a 20-foot-long great white shark. She said it fills her heart with joy. Okay. I don't know.
It looks like a scene straight out of Steven Spielberg's thriller Jaws.
Wow, there she is, swimming with a great white shark. Whoa, that's so eerie. I could put my head on different bodies. Yeah, that would be funny. Whoa. A couple of them were swimming with him, with the great white shark. Wow. Almost as big as a... I know, I wouldn't want to do that. Those can bite. No, shark fins should not be eaten. Those are quite some flippers she has there. Whoa. That's about the size of it. She was just so happy to do that. Okay, lady. One bite would definitely gobble you up. It was just wonderful to do it, to swim with the great white shark. No, I'm not really worried about dying. No Bengalitis. Let the shark live, but... $819 doesn't like that. It says hammerheads are the... and bull sharks are the ones that aren't good. Was there a guy with the bears who got eaten? Man. That's what I was thinking, Misanthropy, but I didn't say it. I'll let you say those things for me. Oh, the Kenya court has ordered 5 suspects held about the Nairobi attack. An al-Shabaab cell, including an army officer's son, cased the Kenya hotel for years. Whoa, years? Wow. Wait, what? Oh. There's a new group of Central American immigrants heading north, and they freely crossed into Mexico after the Mexico gates were left open. And the authorities down there just avoided confrontation. They just let them walk into Mexico. I think he is. Yeah, David's blonde, I guess. Whoa, in Australia, there's a huge heat wave happening. It's breaking records across Australia, and there's so much there. It's so hot that there's animals that are dying en masse, and roadways are actually melting because it's so hot down there. That's hilarious. Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, I like that. She's just watching it, not trying to take a cell phone picture of it. That's good. Like, you know, the thing is, so many people take pictures and then they don't really remember the moment. Yeah. I like that. That was a cute picture. Well, Mexico, I guess, is like not worrying about the immigration issue because they say that they have like lots of infrastructure that they need. And hey, if people are fleeing from the violence in Central America, then maybe those people won't put up with the violence that sometimes happens in Mexico because of the issues down there. Lanes? What are you talking about, Bangalitis? What, they're curled up with their phone or something? I don't know why your links do all the links always do that? Maybe they're tracking you as number 21. You might be right, 819, which is Mexico kind of needs workers in southern Mexico, so maybe that's why they left the border open. Yeah, you got to be able to balance your checkbook. I have. I think that's pretty funny. There's a car bomb in Bogota, Colombia that killed at least 9 people. Okay. I don't cook and clean all day while David watches Oprah. David cooks all clean and cleans all day while I teach. No, my mic didn't break. I'm not as good as David at filling the space. Yeah, did you hear Tesla is laying off 3,000 workers in a cost-cutting effort. He's claiming that we still have to push out cars faster and lay off workers, so they're gonna make more cars with less workers. I bet standards are gonna go down a bit. We'll see. Wow, Dow Jones is up 600 points for the week. Wow. Wow. The FTC is considering a record-setting fine against Facebook.
Yeah, Facebook reportedly considering a record-setting fine. Wow, I wonder what that's about. Facebook did not protect our privacy when Cambridge Analytica got a hold of all that data and revealed it to the Russians.
Even bigger than Google's $22.5 million deal in 2012.
Well, it should be in the billions, in my opinion, what they've done. You know, and they literally are taking money from people with our information, our personal information. Like they own it, and they never even told us they were going to use it for this purpose. Classic misuse of a corporate. You know, somebody we trust, Facebook. You know, I don't trust it. I don't even go on Facebook except to hit links that somebody sent me. Anybody sends me a link, I then am recorded in the Facebook timeline as having gone to that link. Thanks, Facebook, recording everything we do. And then selling it for profit. So I made you a thing I call fish stick tacos, which are pretty good, I'll tell you. It's basically cheddar cheese with fish stick in the middle and then wrapped in a circle. And I made you those and also some salmon and some snap peas.
Thank you.
You know, I stir fried it in onions and mushrooms.
Oh, thanks.
So you got a nice meal waiting for you. Fish stick. Thanks, Sarah. Bonjour, hello. Buenos dias. Buenas noches. That's right. Guten Tag. For all of you Germans who... They say 53% of our country is still German, like me, and like you. Yes. Thank you. Facebook took in $13 billion last quarter in revenue. From what? Where do they make their money at? Has any one of you paid Facebook any money? Press 1 right now. I'm waiting. Any of you paid Facebook any money? Huh. Well, let that be the record. No one paid anybody Facebook any money. How did they make $13 billion? You're just doing that to mess with me. Well, apparently only ad buyers. Well, it turns out, guess who buys most of their ads? This is going to freak you out. Google. Yeah, Google has a $100 million a year contract with Facebook. As part of their agreement to go public, Facebook had to agree to this, and Google did too, because Google was a large investor. So Google is virtually paying itself. I don't know about you, but when you pay yourself money, don't you get to keep it? There's some sort of a loop going on there. I don't trust their revenue. Something's not right. The CIA and DARPA and the corporation I was mentioning earlier, In-Q-Tel. Fish taco yesterday was good. Yeah, I have a fish taco quick recipe and technological errors during the show yesterday that got me my show on YouTube. We got a lot of viewers during the show. It was good, and I appreciate you watching it. But here it is. It's 33 minutes of fish tacos, and you can do this for under $5 with organic tortillas, not the kind that has Roundup in it. So check that out if you want to check out my site. I've got it uploaded, ready to go. Yep. I think tater tots is too much. Yeah, I mean, you know how many calories are in tater tots? I know you got to add pepper. I didn't have time. Please, for a guy who doesn't have a vagina, you certainly make a big deal about vaginas all the time. You're openly gay, and all you do is talk about women and their vaginas. It's bizarre. Did you have like a choice at one point in saying you really are into vaginas, but you chose to be gay? Well, you have to go link on it. If you didn't see the finished tacos, you got a link on that link right there. No. Lipton soup to feed a family of 4 is a guarantee. Throw some potatoes in some water before you add your Lipton soup, but cook the potatoes first, and then go ahead and add your Lipton soup recipe, and put carrots in there too. Carrots, onions, and potatoes would be great. Every time I walk in here, oh, the heater's not on, that's why. I got like a wet nose from going in the room, condensing on my nose. They do make organic soup now, for all of you who are interested. Campbell's has some organic food that's out there. Progresso makes organic soups as well. And when I say organic, I mean no pesticides and herbicides. You may want to actually consider that. And when you buy your potatoes, look for non-GMO. They put them on regular bags now. You don't want to get genetically modified potatoes. Yeah, but potatoes, carrots, and onions, or just potatoes and onions with your soup is going to be a full meal. And if you wanted to, really make it a full meal for less, put eggs in it. Egg drop potato soup. Egg drop potato onion soup. That might be good. But you got to cook it on a high heat to cook the eggs. I like egg drop soup from Chinese restaurants, but it's always so salty. But yeah, you can definitely get some of the protein in there that you need, because you don't really have a lot of protein with Lipton soup. Hey, Misanthropy. Why buy plastic-free groceries? It's so hard. Is plastic packaging out of control? Yeah, I think it is. We need to stop plastic packaging. You got a good video here. 22 minutes of discussion about plastic waste. I can dig it. I can dig it. We can dig it. Does your wig provider offer a maintenance program? I don't have a wig. I mean, I have 2 wigs that I'm not wearing them, but this is my real hair. Man, I really don't like the fact that every time I do this, it just has to be a little bit farther over. That's how to grab the, I'm grabbing a page off of the screen with this cursor, this mouse. There we go.
Plastic waste. Is the packaging in your supermarket out of control?
The potatoes, ridiculous. The grapes, ridiculous.
I would love to see less plastic waste. I really would. It is ridiculous. This will be good. Thank you, Misanthropy. Right up my alley. I like that. Enviro too. Well, most plastic bags rip at the bottom. But if you use plastic bags, at least make garbage cans out of them. Line them with your garbage. But I mean, seriously, we got to get biodegradable plastic integrated into our plastic systems, because we can't just shut down plastic production. That would be a big industry. That's not like a small industry, folks. I know, they seem to be constantly thinking about my hair. But if you think about the simple fact that plastic waste could biodegrade over 10 years if it had cornstarch in it, why not just build cornstarch into all plastic and make that a rule? I mean, That's a simple fix to the problem without outlawing plastic producers, because we don't want to stop our industries either. People rely on that for their jobs. Now, I am against the TSA. I got to tell you, because I believe that we could probably get those people to jobs in home security. But I would like to see the TSA taken out and National Guard brought in so we could lower the budget by about $7 billion a year. That's how much the TSA is costing us, $7 billion. To have your grandma getting groped, you know, when she's in there going, "Don't touch my breasts, oh golly, oh, they're molesting me." You know, that could be pretty weird. You're standing there with your family and some grandma starts freaking out. Who wouldn't freak out? Some woman with green gloves grabbing under your breasts. I mean, that's got to be the most inhumane action our government has taken against people. Publicly. Well, I think anything will help corn farmers in America. Cornstarch is the best way to do it. And frankly, I don't even care if they want to use the cornstarch with GMO corn in it. Because frankly, it doesn't matter at that point. Just you know, it's composting anyway. It's organic material. At that point, it's irrelevant whether it's GMO or not. But when it's in your body, it's relevant. There's a particular link in the genes of corn, especially called epicite. And epicite is a genetic destroyer. It causes sterility in men and women if you eat a lot of genetically modified corn. So try to avoid any type of corn that doesn't have the non-GMO indicator on it, saying no GMO. That's the kind you want. Porn starch, right? Starch from your porn problem. You're going the distance there, aren't you? That's all you think about on Friday night, right? Is porn. What's your next porn you're going to watch? Yeah, that's the way they trained a lot of people in America to become porn addicts. And I know that within this room, there's probably 60 to 80% of you that actively watch porn. And I know that because I took a poll one night. Porn stash. There you go. Yeah, and most of you are guys, too. There are a few women in here, though, who rarely ever watch porn, so that makes the difference. Yeah, I know. I know you come in and all you do is think about porn while you're seeing the show. Well, you're not the only one. Look at this picture of Hillary Clinton looking at the breasts of Christina Aguilera. Yeah. How about them apples? Oh, sorry. I didn't want you to look as well. You were taking advantage there, weren't you? I'm just navigating through this. There's nothing, yeah. I mean, nothing is in the news. Other than waiting for Donald Trump's speech tomorrow where he's going to announce some big move. I think he's going to talk about how he's going to get the Republicans to vote for him, to build a budget that the Senate can pass. Or ram that thing through appropriations right away and get it to ramrod. The Democrats should be talking about a budget, in my opinion, and getting a 67% majority, but when they don't really have 67% majority, it's going to be tough to pull those Republican votes. They could bypass the entire stoppage right now and get everything going. Both the Democrats and the Republicans could work together bipartisanly. I think a bipartisan startup is in order here. So let me write that on the... Yeah, I'm going to put bipartisan startup to the government. That's the best way. If the people can unite and get away from Trump, they'd bypass Trump and they would put the fear of God in Trump, knowing that they could easily, if they can move that, they can easily get him impeached, which will put him in check. Because I don't think a lot of things are keeping him in check. But a bipartisan startup would require 67% of the vote, or 2/3 majority. 2/3 is needed for the bipartisan startup to do it. But if they can get 2/3 in the House, 2/3 in the Senate, we could actually get a new budget together, even something more credible. It's criminal for our government to put out a budget that is $1 trillion over budget. It really is. So I think this is the time for the Democrats, Republicans to sit back and go, wait a second. We are way overspending. Something's not right here. They can't. And that's the problem. I think this is a wake-up call to the Democrats and the Republicans to get them to act right. Yeah. Very serious. Yep. We need cuts, not more spending, right? So the people that are hooked up, I'll turn pro cams on, sorry. The people that are hooked up to the government trough, feeding trough, and I don't mean people on the dole getting food stamp money. That's $50 billion a month. $5 billion a month. That's a lot. It's about $60 billion a year that people take in food stamps. But look at the government's military. $716 billion compared to $60 billion for food stamps. If we offered the $400 a month plan, guaranteed we would be looking at $500 to $600 billion to do this. It would be more like the military budget, but it would be worth it because the American people would be using that money, and we'd get a multiplier effect. People would be spending it, and the money would be coming back with jobs, and people would then spend the money they make on the jobs and invest. And you'd be surprised what people would do with $400 a month. You could put a new back patio up at the end of the year. And if you and your wife co-opt your dollars, you'd have enough to build an extra room on your house. I mean, think of it. Carpenters working, carpet layers, you name it. That's how we activate our economy. Any U.S. citizen would get this. And it would remain a perk for people throughout their life. As long as they used it. If they didn't use it, it'd be like the EBT program. It disappears, goes to zero. Then you have to call and reactivate it. Oprah has not decided to run yet until she actually throws her name in. It's an idle statement coming from a talk show host. Yeah, maybe casinos and strip clubs will make some money. And you know something? And the casinos are going to be paying back to the Native Americans under my plan. I would like to get the casinos to organize a national gaming commission. And out of the National Gaming Commission, we would hire a select group of experts that could go around and check on accuracy and fairness in gaming. Something I'm not really sure is happening. But we would draw some of the funds from the income of all the casinos in the process. And we would give them back to the Native Americans in general. So every Native American would get a check from the casinos. Because right now, not all American leaders American Native Americans are getting money. They need to get money. Obviously, if you're living in South Dakota in a trailer, and I know some people are, you're going to need some cash. You need something, some payback. And since Native Americans around the country are doing fairly well with casinos, I think it's only right that some of that goes back, maybe 10%, tithing back to the people who have been our predecessors here on this great land of ours, who have a lot to teach us, that we still haven't learned how to manage this environment. Anyway, I think that's a kind of an interesting idea. I'm even thinking maybe common land for all of the tribes, because I have Native American history in me. I have some, unlike Elizabeth Warren, who lied about having Cherokee ancestry, I have Algonquin ancestry in my bloodline. So I kind of feel special about that. You know, I never got federal funds to go to college claiming I'm Algonquin. You know, I'm clearly Caucasian, but there are a lot of people that in the Native American tribes that are just not getting enough to get by. That's the problem. Yeah, so we kind of need a uniting of the country. People like Abraham Lincoln come to mind. Mad Dog hates him. He's from the South. He considers him just the worst tyrant ever. And many Southerners see Abraham Lincoln as a terrible man, even though he himself supported slavery. People didn't realize that Abraham Lincoln was a slavery supporter until he converted and changed our entire nation, and our nation, obviously allowing the 13th Amendment to go forward, allowed us to have everybody equal. And the Gettysburg Address is perhaps one of the greatest written speeches in history that he wrote. So there's no way you could discredit the greatness of this man and what he was going through. He was 56 years old at this time. 56, you can see the wear and tear of having lived a life. And you know, not one single recording of Abraham Lincoln exists to this day. It's amazing. But I can tell you that his presence in the country has been felt. We still are together as a nation because of his work. So let's get our act together and pull this country together. I'm sick and tired of hearing the North and the South and the Republicans, the Democrats fighting each other. So I think we can move forward if we can, in the spirit of Abe Lincoln. I'm 58, and he was 56. He had a pretty rough life, yeah. Yeah, 56 was barely, most people were really old at that time. A long time ago, in the 1600s, people only lived to be about 35 years old. Yeah, seriously. Bodies wear out, and here we have modern dental care for some people, but for crackheads, that doesn't really apply. Well, I don't know. Mary Todd Lincoln was involved with some pretty sordid characters that got Lincoln to rise to power. I mean, she was the power broker. She had a lot of money. Her family was very well connected. But Lincoln struggled with Mary Todd. She kind of went crazy in the White House. I don't know, it was a hormonal thing that was going on, but she went nuts in the White House. So he had that stress of his wife going crazy while he was leading the country toward uniting, obviously in a terrible way, the worst battle of our nation's history, where 2 million people lost arms and limbs and 500,000 people literally were killed. The numbers were deplorable, what happened in that time. So there's a lot of anger still in our country in the South toward the North, and obviously vice versa. So we're not going to in any way automatically push agendas like LGBTQ on some of these people. So that's why I'm kind of staying away from LGBTQ. The Democrats have embraced it. I don't. I'm not supporting special rights for lesbian, gay, bi, transgender, and queer, or pedophiles. So I'm not in any way going to kowtow to that leftist group. And I hope I communicate all of you Republicans that I'm not going to do that either, because your Republican Party is kind of going along with the Democrats on LGBTQ. Trump invited Caitlyn Jenner to the White House for Inauguration Day. Crack cocaine, why does it make your teeth fall out? Because it has acids that break down the gums and lining of your teeth. I don't believe people worry a lot about history. I'm not holding it against black people that, historically they've had uprisings. I'm glad in a way that they have all the rights that they have. I don't think black people should hold it against white people that some of our ancestors, mine I didn't have, but some of our ancestors were slave owners. So I think a lot of us have to realize we're beyond that now. We're not, and with affirmative action being in place for 40 years now, white people haven't had special privilege. So if you look at white people as going, yeah, you're entitled, you got entitlement, white privilege, that's not the case anymore. Most white people had to, kind of pull it together with very little support from their scholarship funds, like myself. I got no scholarship money that would get me to a decent school at and get a decent education. I would have had to match every scholarship dollar with my own. It was a 50-50 thing. All right. CBS, 153 News has an article here.
Have you ever worked on developing a vaccine that was eventually used by the public?
Yes.
Which ones?
Rubella, rotavirus, rabies, and I've made contributions here and there to anthrax, cytomegalovirus.
Well, this looks like fun. This guy's going to come clean. The king of vaccines comes clean about the dangers. Wow. Okay, thank you. That looks good for tonight, for sure. Immigrants will raise our social status immediately. Really? I don't know if that's true. Okay, Joe, just apply the simple concept of restraint. I don't even need a 900 number. Those cost money. You forgot that all of that costs money. Wow. Yeah, we're in the bargain basement here, guys. We hardly ever get donations. We just sent our quarterly report with this scant donations we got into the FEC, and the FEC's not even open. They've shut their doors. So the country went bankrupt. Trump is just making it happen faster by orders of I guess Barack Obama. No, I know. Barack Obama didn't trigger this shutdown with his wasteful spending. No. This is basically Donald Trump. It's on him. He admitted it. And I think he may be working for possibly Vladimir Putin here. What if Vladimir Putin ordered the shutdown of our government, and he made a phone call to our president and said, Mr. Trump, you must shut down your government, or we possibly reveal sex tape of your pee-pee. That could happen. I didn't see a death threat here. Yeah, it's... Did you see a death threat, anybody? In the chat? I don't believe you should even apply products like that to your body, Howie. Yeah, I think that's your mistake in life. Yes, I will pull up a picture of Vladimir Putin and maybe Mr. Trump. You'd think I'd have lots of these pictures here. There we go. Trump Putin. This is the one that I like so much. It shows how Donald Trump has been cultivated like a little child, like a toddler, to do exactly like Vladimir Putin expects, to be a good puppet. For America to prosper, they must at least give us everything they have and call us their lords and saviors. You see, Mr. Putin is a very rich man. He has over $200 billion. Mr. Trump has only, what, $3 billion, if lucky. Mr. Putin has his own entire police force going with him. Mr. Trump can barely afford to leave the White House now that the government is shut down because of Mr. Putin's request. You think this should be upside down? Sideways? Oh, don't drop the baby. I think this is like Michael Jackson holding baby, was it, not Paris Jackson. What is the name of baby that Michael Jackson was going to drop? I forget. Powder Puff? Did you hear that Paris Jackson is now in the treatment center again? I'm serious. I mean, I hate to be kind of like a gadfly out there, but I think this poor woman has been Blanket. That's the name, Blanket. Thank you. I think this poor woman's been damaged, you know. And then she was stalked by Dr. Murray when she was in the. Oh wow! When Dr. Murray was in jail, he was writing love letters to her. You wonder how weird that was. That was pretty weird when that happened, when he got out so quickly too. But yeah, apparently Paris Jackson's suffering from some severe adjustment to adulthood. All right, moving on. A bipartisan startup is what I look for. ISIS revealed as Israeli Secret Intelligence Service We have now seen this. I'm the one coining the phrase for many years now, but it was commonly known that ISIS is known as the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service, and apparently this confirms it.
A book notes excerpt where Brian Lamb interviews authors Dan Raviv and Yossi Melman. The book title is Every Spy a Prince, The Complete History of Israel's Intelligence Community.
Plots against the state of Israel, political plots and others.
You tell the story about how you tried to find out what they call the Mossad when they deal with publicly?
I thought it was a reasonable question, but the trouble is you can't pick up the phone book. There's no Langley in Israel that you can look up, CIA, or in our case, the Mossad. We thought we should ask, what shall we call it in English? You can translate the Hebrew words, as I said, Mossad is institute, but when they write a letter to their friends in the CIA or the British intelligence, what do they call themselves? It took a while. It was a matter of asking the Prime Minister's spokesman. The best you could do, because officially the Mossad is under the Prime Minister's office. And I think he sort of wondered why you want to know and all that, so we explained. And he came up with the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. I mean, if it were to have initials, it would be ISIS. Just simple words like that. Interestingly enough, kind of a British model.
Why did people with tattoos do stupid things? Well, if that's true, it could be because they're drawing attention to themselves, because they want to do different things. They want to be different. Wearing a tattoo is an indication that you want to be different from other people, even though you may be just like everybody else getting tattoos. But isn't that interesting, that the reveal that ISIS was originally the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service, now they're using that name to be the big enemy like Al-Qaeda was. And we know too from history that Al-Qaeda was the database the CIA used of known thugs in the Middle Eastern world. It wasn't a known organization with one intent. That was just a fiction that was presented to all of us, that the terrorist caliphate, it was coming to get us, and we had to fight the war over there, otherwise it would come here. We are still being played in that same way. I think anybody who stretches their ears out has a reason, to like put one of those things in your earlobe, and yeah, that's to get noticed. Yeah, people want to be noticed. In this world, when you get to be over 45 years old, you become transparent. But now I'm seeing people, weird things are going on right now. I see women with hair that's completely frizzed out all the way down to their sides, and that's painted like fluorescent dye. I saw that today. I've seen people that are doing weird things. Today I drove by a guy cutting his lawn in the rain with a push mower while on his cell phone. So you can imagine how weird people are getting right now with his shirt off in a 30-degree weather. It's like, okay, so it's 35-degree weather, or it's actually 45, and he's got his shirt off and he's mowing his lawn in January with a push mower with his cell phone, and it's raining. It's like, what's going on? I mean, what's going on in his mind? I can't even imagine it. So we've come a long way, baby. My fellow Americans. Yes, well, Mary Todd was a bit of a nutcase, if you ask me. I had to put up with her while she refused to listen to reason. And I told her that I was going to the movie theater. I had no idea I'd get killed. I think the CIA has some good and bad elements in it. The good guys are the guys that are out there doing their job and were recruits. The bad ones are the ones that were appointed to positions by the Vatican, who tells the CIA what to do whenever they want. Yeah, there's some real corruption in our government. And when the CIA first started, the IRS started at the same time, pretty much. Did you know that the IRS and the Fed are private businesses? They're not even government entities. The IRS is a private operation. It's a collection agency, ostensibly. And it works for the Fed. And they collect your checks, and they send them directly to the Treasury, which then goes to the World Bank to pay the debt, the interest on our debt. That's what goes on when you pay taxes. You're not paying for the operation of our country at all. It was the OSS, yeah. Nope. Hair's doing good. I keep a nice tight haircut, so if you're wondering why I always have the same haircut, it's because it's tight. No, I don't give any money away too. I don't even have money to give you because I keep all my assets buried. Buried assets. Yeah. Where it's buried, I don't tell anybody. You hear about the guy who pulled out gold? $10 million of gold out of a can he found outside his house? Well, the best way to do what you could shave your head too. Or you know what a lot of guys do? They wear bandanas. I see a lot of guys wear bandanas when they're losing their hair. Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. Yeah, I bet. Well, a lot of you don't have any assets, which is the average person in America. The average credit card debt is $10,974.22. Nope, that's not an asset. Okay, Trump hits back. Wow. The power hitter. He's always keeping the news active, though. You got to thank Trump for that. You know, the day will come when we may not have, constant entertainment from Donald Trump. He instructed his lawyer to lie. Look at this. Wow. Oh, this is a good interview between William Barr, the new Attorney General nominee, and a question from a senator. But U.S. President Donald Trump has hit back over a news report that he directed his personal lawyer, Michael Cohen, to lie to Congress. Mr. Trump had instructed Cohen to lie about plans to build a Trump Tower in Moscow, to deny it. Cohen was convicted over the case last month. Mr. Trump said the lawyer was lying about the Moscow project to reduce his jail time. Well, it has plausible deniability mixed into it. I know, and then Mueller defends Trump. It says BuzzFeed is lying. I heard about that. We finally had a break. Mueller is doing the wrong thing. He's not really doing his job. I think Mueller needs to be prosecuted as well. He's been sitting on his hands for a year and a half, wasting time. It's serious. No, that's not related to Roseanne Barr. I don't know if he's Jewish or not. He was our Attorney General under George H.W. Bush, Mr. New World Order. So the New World Order is kind of putting the screws down, and they want a guy in there to control the dialogue. Okay, I'm going to unmute this.
Any person who... President persuading a person to commit perjury would be obstruction. Is that right? Yes. Okay. Or any person who persuades another to, yeah. Okay. You also said that a president or any person convincing a witness to change testimony would be obstruction. Is that right? Yes. Okay. When the personal interests of the president do not align with the interests of the country, in those critical moments, is the Attorney General the people's lawyer or the president's lawyer?
Well, if the president directs an attorney general to do something that is contrary to law, then I think the attorney general has to step down.
Okay.
It's that simple.
Thank you.
And it's interesting. Donald Trump did ask Jeff Sessions for an oath of loyalty, and that's when Jeff Sessions recused himself from the Russian thing, knowing full well that he'd lied and perjured himself about meeting Kislyak, Ambassador Kislyak, and not telling people. And had said under oath, Jeff Sessions had said he'd never met the Russians. And same with Pence. Pence lied under oath too, if he indeed met the Russians prior. And all of this points to Donald Trump having been close to the Russians throughout the campaign and knowing full well the Russians were helping rig the win for the Trump campaign. So Trump cheated to become our president. Let that sink in for a while, okay? Because that's really what we're dealing with. Now we have to ask ourselves, is shutting down the economy a Russian plan? That's the big question. So I have to ask with a question mark, Russian plan? Are the Ruskies behind this? Because it sure looks like this. Now, I agree that we need a fence 1,000 miles. It's my idea. So, and I was upset when Trump, just ran out there claiming the 1,000-mile fence was his idea. But whatever. It's our idea. It's our country's idea. But is this a Russian plan? No, I didn't want Hillary. I wanted a third party, Daryl. I've been running for the past 10 years at this. You people don't understand why I'm even doing this. It's like you're completely befuddled by the concept of a third party. You don't get it. It's like you missed the whole point of the show. And I know a lot of you just fell in line when you heard Trump using my ideas, which you knew I had talked about since 2008, and parading around with my ideas, claiming they're his. You voted for him, thinking he's going to get you what you want. Now he can't get anything because he doesn't even know how to creatively fund this. Donald Trump is not the sharpest stick on the block. He doesn't know how to pull money from unique places. And I'm not going to tell you any more about how I'm going to do it because I'm just telling him all the ways in which he could probably screw up. Anytime a person bastardizes an idea and tries to repeat it and screws it up, it makes the idea look bad. A lot of people think this fence idea is a ridiculous idea. It's the best thing our country can do right now. It'll save us billions of dollars down the road. Look at how the healthcare system is being drained to the max right now, and why all of us are paying high premiums on Obamacare. Those who have insurance, most of us don't even have insurance. So there's all these factors that, like education. In California, the teachers are on strike. 32,000 teachers are on strike. Teachers and other workers are on strike. Their average salary is $79,000 a year for a teacher. And they're on strike for a higher salary. Can you believe that? Because their classes are double the size they should be. 45 to 50 kids in a class. Most of them, I would say half of them, are from illegal alien families that we have to educate. So instead of California trimming their budget, they're trying to just hold back the tide of teachers that are trying to stop the education process. All of this is a result of illegal immigration promoted by the liberal leadership in California over the past, Gray Davis, all the way up to Jerry Brown, and now this guy, Newsom. It's bizarre. Gavin Newsom's family plans to move to a $3.7 million Fair Oaks mansion. These people have so much money, it's not even funny, and they're literally buying their way into the Democratic Party. All of these people are corrupt. We're not going to get corrupt honesty from any of these people like Gavin Newsom. He's going to do exactly like Jerry Brown did and continue funding public unions to the max and draining our resources and opening the door to illegal immigrants coming into the country. We can't allow these career politicians that are sucking money out of our government coffers left and right to drain us. Read my lips. No new health insurance. I'm proposing a public option. Something Obama should have fought for. Thank you. I'm proposing a public option that's going to cost our nation very little, that comes from people who really want to have insurance, who can't afford it, and it's not going to be like Nancy Pelosi's $15,000 a year for a family. or $7,500 per individual. I think it's up to $10,000 per individual now. It'll be $60 a month per person. The kids will be $60 a month. Mom will be $60 a month. The same kind of effort goes into saving lives for a child and an adult. So it doesn't really matter who pays how much. It's not going to be a variable scale. Straight deal, $60 a month gets you full medical and dental. So instead of paying $250 for a tooth filling right now, you'll get that for free at one of our public hospitals. And we'll hire public dentists. And we'll have these people working around the clock at a decent salary that they will call no hassle salary, because we'll cover their malpractice insurance and everything. They just have to do the job of filling teeth or pulling teeth. And we'll also get a whole new group of hygienists working this way. A lot of people can learn dentistry. More people can enter that field because there's a big demand for dentistry. And we could easily lower the cost by just making it much more streamlined. No, it would not include braces or cosmetic facial surgery, or it's just straight pulling teeth and filling cavities. We would offer you composite if it's in the front of your mouth, but silver amalgam in the back, which is a tested product that lasts 27 years. Composite lasts 7 years. But the front composite, the back silver. But if you want to have composite in the back because you're worried about silver amalgam, we'll give you an added bonus of like $20 to do that. It's the difference in cost. The mercury is trapped in the amalgam. I've looked at the science behind this, and these things are locked in a salt that doesn't move. These are fused together. I don't see the mercury moving in through our mouth and getting into our system. I will also offer like press-on veneers like I'm wearing right now. Now, I normally have a yellowish teeth. If I pull these off, you'd see yellowish teeth, but I have a nice smile. But it's just, they're not as dramatically white. No, I won't do breast augmentation for women for free, no. No, I would never suggest silicone implants for women. That's a bad thing to put artificial things in your body. No, I have 20/20 vision. I have eyes like an eagle. Well, if I can pull them off and I'll show you. I have a very nice smile. But with them on, they look so much better. No, we won't be doing the Brazilian butt lifts for free. That's a Madonna thing. That didn't work out too well for her, but she's proud of her butt lifts. I'm spraying a thing called Fruit Enzyme by Michelle Dermaceuticals. I put 1/10 in here and added 10 parts water, and then I purified water. And it's not cat urine. No, it's actually a really nice, refreshing spray. You see, I've done over 30,000 hours of constant broadcasting. No human being on earth has ever fulfilled this. I'm doing things beyond human beings' capability. In order to maintain freshness and subtlety in my skin, I must actually spray it to keep it fresh, as a daisy. Daisies are not fresh. Yes, well, it's actually invisible. The product is amazing. It slices, it dices, it makes mounds and mounds of coleslaw. I'm not selling it either. It's available online. If you'd like a link, I'll send it to you. I've used it for some time, and it's a very good product. I've used it to keep my skin feeling fresh. Yeah, here it is. Michelle Dermaceuticals has it. Fruit Enzyme Spray. I just take a portion of it and dilute it down in this bottle. But the price is going up as the demand increases, You can find it in stores for about this price, too. Michelle, my belle. Anyway, all the other stuff that I've seen on the market doesn't really get close to this. Fluoridation is a communist plot to steal our precious bodily fluids. Are you working on that movie, Dr. Strangelove? That's the first time we heard that. I think they introduced fluoride as a conspiracy theory in that movie, Dr. Strangelove. I will make homeopathy part of our overall plan. Part of the plan will be to give people a checkup for $30 at our mobile medical unit. Some of you want to get checked out. I'm suggesting we build 200 mobile medical units initially for the first year at a cost of $1 billion. And I'm sure I'll be able to appeal to the Democrats on this one, because for them to make money on mobile medical units is going to be very appealing. The possibilities that we will be able to actually sell these units out or release them out to businesses to get a return on investment is very real. Well, if we have a mobile medical unit that can give people a $30 diagnostic, blood checkup, and a readout of their healthcare needs, we can sell medicinals and other things that in the back of the units to help finance the operation of the unit, and we can make these things available to people in every area of the country. So these are simply built on the same platform that are currently being built, mobile medical units. We start ramping up production. We can build one for $5 million, and we can build 200 of them for $1 billion. Hey, KY Poopy, long time no talk to you. Yeah. You got your people here? All right. So these mobile medical units are invaluable to this idea. And in the back of these units, we could be installing, the coolest thing is we could install marijuana dispensaries, as well as a homeopathic line of salves, which are natural, without stearic acid in them. Stearic acid has been linked to cancer, you know. I know a lot about homeopathic medicine, but I'm not a homeopath. I'm an intuitive. Big difference. I don't in any way profess to have cures for you. David, will Trump announce the EBT will end immediately in his announcement tomorrow? I hope so. I hope he tells the people that he'll be cutting off food stamps in February. Yeah. The Russian plan's working perfectly, I think. Russia's simply got so much on Trump that he'll do whatever they tell him to do. So if they say, you must shut down American, complete shutdown. We want this now, before we start war in Ukraine. Yeah. And for our moron FBI agents and CIA agents to not acknowledge that this is a problem, I can't believe we're at this point. Common sense gets you to that point. Stop reposting that same thing. Thank you. No, homeopath is not like sociopath or psychopath. And it's not homopath, it's homeopath. Boy, you know nothing, man. Y'all got to get to a natural health food store and learn about things, man. Don't you have a health food store in your area where you can meet a girl or something? My God, man. Just because you're allergic to things doesn't mean you shouldn't go to a health food store. You'll learn all kinds of things at a health food store. You can literally get into a great conversation with anybody at a health food store. Homeopath. Possibly. Daryl? Yeah. I think that would be a place to locate your fetish. Poor Daryl's addicted to sex. I'm so glad I don't have that problem. Yes. So selling a little bit of marijuana, 1 gram and 3.5 gram quantities in the back of the mobile medical units will provide a decent amount of money for our government to operate. We can also lease these out to companies. A corporation wants to have a guaranteed form of health care so that they can avert the health care costs of their company. Why not put a mobile medical unit out there with basic triage and checkups, and then people can filter down in their office time? It'd be great. Lunchtime, do a checkup. Preventative medicine will save your company's long-term projection substantially. We'll be able to help people find out if they have diabetes ahead of time so they won't lose time in their job. All these things are possible. All right, so some of you don't like marijuana. That's fine. Maybe you just like a checkup. We'll have the checkup available for you at any time. None of my viewers have 9-inch long toenails. There's not one single viewer in the entire show with 9-inch long toenails. What can I get for $5? Anything you want. What are you offering people things for $5 on the dollar menu or something? Yep. Sniper says Homo sapiens smoke HTC. And then he says, I'm an idiot. So you're an idiot, huh, Sniper? Well, I think the American people won't like the idea that we're going to be sent to Ukraine to defend the Ukrainians against the Russians. That won't be a pleasant thought. You won't want to see your son go off to a draft because Donald Trump decides to prove his power over Russia, while Russia is calling the shots from behind the scenes. It's entirely possible for Russia to order our government to send men off to die. You're not concerned about our national political system being usurped by a man who's a shyster? I mean, come on. Do you people have any integrity at all, or are you just like flying by the seat of your pants? Oh, our country could easily be called to task to defend Ukraine. No question about it. With the New World Order pulling the strings and Henry Kissinger, it's really a New World Order, ordering us to come after him, come after and prevent Poroshenko from losing ground against Russia. Russia is pissed off and wants Ukraine back. You don't know that? It's really a New World Order. It is. I am not Russian. Why do you keep saying that, Daryl? It is ridiculous for you to say that to me. I'm not Russian, dude. Hey, I'm an American. I was born in America, in L.A., many years ago. I was born in 1960 in Los Angeles, California, the city. My name's David. I'm not a cop. What do you mean they would never directly attack Russia from Ukraine? No, Ukraine's not going to attack Russia. Don't be ridiculous. Russia wants Ukraine back. I think you can see it by their actions. They won't leave the eastern border. They're sending in portable incinerators to incinerate the dead. Yeah, that's what I heard. They don't want anyone to know. They don't want anyone to know that people are dying over there.
I still have armies in the Ukraine.
The Ukraine. You know what the Ukraine is? It's a sitting duck. A road apple, Newman. The Ukraine is weak. It's feeble.
Wow. Boy, the Zionists attempted to call out Ukraine. Wow, that's on Seinfeld, no less. Oy vey. Oy vey, what are you saying? David, are you a fan of Takeoff Smirnoff? I don't drink. I'm not a big vodka person. Use of a kamikaze drone in Saudi Arabia. Watch this. Not graphic. Let's take a look. Kamikaze drone hits pack of Saudi coalition hyenas. I'm not sure what this is getting to, but there's no definitive proof it hit hyenas. That was a bogus live leak, if you ask me. Oh, you're saying the Yakov Smirnoff comic? No, I don't like people like that. They're not very funny. I would never go to show with Yakov jacking off at the Bronson. Waste of money. Good Russians never do that. But I'm not even Russian, so. Now, KY Poopy has a direct insult from Sniper One. Wow, we're seeing some direct attacks on you, KY Poopy. That is really weird of you to say that you're unzipped. This is how you get people to notice you in the chat room. It's a technique you're using. It is ridiculous to say that I do Russian accent. I am voiceover artist who makes many things, imitation thing happen. In my body's voice box, I have the ability to alter it, to create vocal tones that are different than my normal voice. For instance, I can duplicate famous voices from throughout history. All right, moving on. Drug maker payments to doctors are linked to higher opioid overdose deaths. That makes sense. They pay doctors to give you opioids. I introduced the theory that there is a Russian plan behind the shutdown of the government. I hoped everyone could get up, at least touch down on that when they're thinking about Trump. Is Russia trying to shut our government down? That's the question I have. Okay, drug payment doctors. Yeah, so we know that they give away fentanyl, and apparently they're getting bonuses for giving away fentanyl, which has led to 65,000 deaths in America. And 67,000 doctors have gotten it in 2,200 countries, a total of $39 million in bonus payments. Every time they give away extra fentanyl. Boy, talk about lubing the drug dealer. That's unbelievable. Wow. And people are dying. I think we should outlaw fentanyl. But some people really feel like it's a life-saving drug, with the pain being really bad. But I mean, it's so dangerous. They say that there was a 40-pound shipment of fentanyl that they discovered, that had it gotten in our water supply, it could have killed 25 million people. I think fentanyl is like has potential for massive toxicity. I mean, yeah, I just think we have a very dangerous drug, artificial opioid, heroin derivatives. Okay, I'll be right back because Sarah's getting tired. I want to give her some time with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I left some of the dinner on the thing for you because I had some other stuff. All right. Yeah, I heard that was illegal in our country, vodka kratom or something, whatever that is. No, because he doesn't live in our country. 970. That Sniper 1 character lives in a totally different country, not in the United States. Yeah, I think I'm coming down with something or something like that. I need a hat made of a dead animal. No, thank you. Maybe I have a mink somewhere. More wood for the fire, something like that. No, David's not chopping down a tree, thankfully. We like our trees. David and I have talked about our trees. You guys saw me hug one of our trees. Yeah, we like our trees a lot. Microwave to heat up a house? No. Wow. Body language signs to look out for on a first date. Well, I think body language and language in general has changed over the last maybe decade. Just more, people don't capitalize the word I, even though they should, or the beginning of a sentence, or, anyway, it's interesting. No, never bring in a barbecue to heat the house. You can die of gas fumes. Yeah. Most Republicans don't want to see GOP criticism of Trump. Wait, what? Yes, I agree with that. That trees do talk to each other in a way through their roots. I agree with that. Yeah, I'm a little tired. You just go on your first date assuming that your date is full of it, and you have to, in trying to make a good first impression, that's usually the case, right? But you have to figure out what is wrong with her before you start dating her more. Like, because there's something wrong with everybody. You know, we all have our idiosyncrasies. It's just about, are you willing to live with those idiosyncrasies? Thanks. I will eventually go to bed. Yeah, Jim's like, yeah, that's your first mistake, trying to figure out what's wrong with her. Thanks for letting us know how smoking crack can be bad for your teeth, Howie. Oh, goodness. That kind of seemed like it came straight from some kind of dental school brochure or textbook. Smoking crack can strip the body supply and absorption of vitamin C and calcium, as well as cause dry mouth, which may further result in gingivitis, tooth decay, and also damage teeth in many ways. Like, dental school textbook talking about smoking crack. That's so bizarre. Bizarre. Or does Howie know way too much about tooth care? I don't know. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. 970. Yeah, I think those, like, I have heard my friend, or I heard of this lady that, like, she goes on a coffee date for 15 minutes, and if she sets a timer, and if it goes off in 15 minutes and she's not enjoying herself, she'll like, thank you so much, I've got to go, and that's it. And she limits it to 15 minutes because, I'm sorry, I don't want to waste your time, but this isn't working out. And then if her timer goes off and she's like, this is good, then she'll spend more time. That same friend, well, the friend who told me about the friend is like this. I have one friend who I can spend like 2 hours with, and it feels like it's just been 15 minutes, but it's been 2 hours. And then you have the other people that you spend 15 minutes with, and it's felt like 15 hours. You don't pay for anything on a date because you want the woman to pay for everything in your life. You don't pay her way? Well, yeah. All right. I'll agree with Jim Bob. You've got to see the good in people. You can't be pessimistic. Yeah, that's true. What is AEW? And Fed? What? Wait, what is that? Oh, is AEW like boxing or wrestling or something? Okay. And you're not allowed to talk about it? What? Maybe he thinks AE is like Americans elect. I don't know what the W would stand for. And anyway. Is it a feed? Fed? What's Fed? Well, yeah, maybe David thinks Fed is a Federal Reserve Bank. I don't know. Maybe Bangalitis. You should stock up on food. Well, because if you actually want a relationship with someone, a lasting relationship, you should have at least 5 positive comments for every 1 negative comment that you make about them. Therefore, you should focus on the positive if you want a lasting relationship with someone. You should be looking for the things that you're thankful for, because there's always going to be negatives about everyone. There's negative things about me. But if you focus on the positive things about me, then you're more likely to want to spend time with me than if you focus on the negative things about me. They say you shouldn't settle, but I think after, well, it all depends. Do you want a relationship that's 20 something years or, forever? If you don't want to settle, you'll never settle down. Thank you. And you may always be single. Yeah, and if you're fine with being single, doing things you enjoy, then that's fine. You make the priorities for your life. That's good. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Yeah. Mm. Okay. Oh, what to do? At 787, you could watch us on Vaughn or Periscope. And then I should just put links. Oh, you want me to gain 75 pounds in chocolate? Is it dark chocolate? Because I'd be all over that. I really do like dark chocolate, but I actually David was getting on my case about eating some chocolate, so I put it all away. I put it on the lowest shelf away from me, so I'm not around the chocolate. And then we had a few extra little pieces that were still sitting out, and David's like, oh, I'll just put them on a cup on the table in your bedroom where you'll be seeing them every day and tempted to eat them. I know. Thanks, Time Pilot. A Valentine to be. You're allergic to Twix? Wow. I'm sorry. You're allergic to starving. That's funny. I know some people that are like, oh, I can't stand the idea of me possibly being anorexic. And I'm like, oh, so that explains your heaviness. I don't know. All right. Maybe you are. I sometimes wonder if I'm lactose intolerant as well. I do wonder that. There are ATP shirts for sale. No, we won't assign them if you buy it because it's shipped directly from the manufacturer. I don't know what you're saying, Sniper, for one person. You think I don't react well to acidic things, but I love pineapple. Probably gonna go eat some pineapple tonight. Well, I have like two those things open. I was naming things I don't like to eat. They're acidic? Well, I don't like to eat... What did I say I don't like to eat? Well, at the time, maybe. I don't like to eat eggs, really, like plain eggs. Ham or hot dogs, bologna, salami. Those aren't all acidic. They're all full of, I would say they're all full of Most of the things I don't like to eat are full of sulfates. Oh, salad dressing. Well, I used to like salad dressing when I was young, but I like blue cheese salad dressing. All right. There might be a shutdown breakthrough. Dreamers for wall cash. He'll give in and allow the dreamers to stay as long as they give him money for the wall. He just wants money to give to some, corporation that he's probably invested in. Now, I don't use chocolate milk on my cereal, but sometimes I do eat a chocolate-based cereal. The last 2 days I woke up feeling like dry throat, or scratchy or whatever. So I ate oatmeal the last couple of days. Oh, the total lunar eclipse meets a supermoon on Sunday night. Nice. That'll be good. So it's Sunday night when the lunar eclipse is happening. That's good. Right. The largest ever great white shark was spotted in Hawaii. I wonder if that's the one that woman swam with. Anyway. If they even build a 1,000-mile wall, I think he's just trying to fund somebody's pockets or something. That's an interesting idea, Bengalitis. You could put him in. The thing about birth control, wait. It all depends on what you're talking about. Prophylactics? Yes. That should happen. Maybe in the bathrooms, like in female bathrooms, maybe they should, there sometimes are feminine products there. Maybe there should be vending machines in there for the other one too. You don't care, you just want your wall built, even if it's like 200 miles, just to maybe not even 200 miles. Even if it costs like $1 million a mile, you want your wall built. They could build it with the stacks of money. I agree that it should be built at a reasonable price, but when I've seen what they build for it, it's like, what? No, Bengalitis. But I agree that if we're going to build a wall, it should be built at a reasonable price. Bangalitis is against the wall because he thinks walls are for communists and Chinese. I'm in favor of a wall, but I want it built at a reasonable price. I think the amount he's asking for is different. Too much. That's hilarious. The smart way to keep people passive and obedient is to strictly limit the spectrum of acceptable opinion, but allow very lively debate within that spectrum. That's hilarious. I've always liked Noam Chomsky. You'd build a simple 2-layer fence with motion sensors and a network of AI drones and operatives. That would work. That sounds feasible. Angelitis says there is no reasonable prices for walls. A long read from The Guardian. Countries around the world are making it easier to choose a time and manner of your death, but doctors in the world's euthanasia capital are starting to worry about the consequences. Wow. That's interesting. So there's this end of life clinic which matches doctors and Dutch doctors with that are willing to perform euthanasia with patients that want to end their lives. Wow. Wow. This is really kind of odd. Okay. That's just an very odd story. Okay, yes. Let me find the real story. Let me see. Oh, here it is. I wonder if I can find it. Works.
Alrighty, I think I've got it covered now.
I had it for a second. It's such a good feeling to know you're alive. It's such a happy feeling deep down inside. And when you wake up ready to say, I think I'll make a snappy today.
A snappy today.
Snappy new day. It's
Snappy
such
new
a
day.
good feeling, a very good feeling. The feeling you know that I'll be back when the day is new. And I'll have things to share with you. And you'll have things you'll want to talk about. And I will too. Good night, everybody. Well, wait, when David comes back. I timed it too soon.
Yeah. All right. You know, I never
All right.
appreciate that, Sarah, because Mr. Rogers was kind of always in the background when I was like younger growing up, and I never really spent too much time watching him, but thank you.
Oh, well, I always like that part of that. I'll be back when the day is new, and I'll have lots to share with you. And you'll have things you'll want to talk about. And I will too.
Won't you be my neighbor?
Well, he always ended the show with that one, but he'd always start with the, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
A beautiful day in the neighborhood. For neighbors. Won't you be my neighbor? Won't you be mine?
I should always come in singing that part. And then
It's a beautiful day. Yeah, you should. And Tom Hanks is coming out with this new movie about him and the children. That should be something, yeah.
Sarah should be the Mr. Rogers.
You should be, yeah. But then you'd be going in, mail form. That would be difficult. I used to wonder, who uses Band-Aids like this, right? They're so small, right? I mean, if you have a little teeny cut, you put a little Band-Aid on your hand. And of course, I nearly burned my thumb completely off about probably 2 months ago. And I'm still down to my nail growing out underneath, so I just use them now for my nail. They go right over my nail, see? Whatever's left of my nail. I'd take it off, but I'd have no nail there. So I'm letting one side hold on and the other's a Band-Aid. David, if this wall ever gets built, I think you should drive the entire distance of the wall live on stream to inspect the quality. There's no need. No. It'll be as good as it gets. We're only as good as the weakest link. There's always going to be a way in, and we have to be able to prepare for that. So we need motion sensors. We need sound sensors that can detect any kind of sound. Because if we do use a container to cover the wall, we will have the ability to listen in like a diaphragm on a stethoscope. We should be able to hear things going on underground. Set up a booth at the border and sell rope ladders. There you go. Well, it's not about, no, nature is taking its course, whatever you are. I'm not going about to pull the other side of the nail off until the other nail's grown up underneath. I'm letting it grow up underneath it. Well, my thought is I've got a natural nail there to protect it, a hard surface. So why would I want to take that off and put a Band-Aid over it? So I'm just letting it grow out, keeping it clean. Yeah, I'm with you. Thank you. Rip off the old nail? Sissy? Calling me a sissy after what I've been through? Are you kidding me? Huh. It's not about vein. It's about protecting your fleshy skin. You would know about that. Got a guy like you don't even walk around with a cup to protect your genitals. How many of you wear an athletic cup wherever you go? Press 1. You have any idea how vulnerable you are to getting your genitals ruptured? Thank you. Yeah. Those precious genitals. You wear too sometimes. Yeah, I have this titanium one that's impenetrable, with a locking gasket. What do you got? Twitter. Paul Lee Ticks. Sounds like a disease. I'm suffering from Paul Lee Ticks. Okay, what is this? Breaking. To the surprise and horror of the GOP congressional members, Donald Trump delivers impromptu and shockingly honest State of the Union address while whacked out of his gourd on Adderall. Let's take a look.
I am the leading state sponsor of terror. I am a great embarrassment to all citizens.
I'm sorry, this is a complete, utter hack job on our president. Can you believe them trying to denigrate our great president? Yeah, well, he's not that great. It's kind of ridiculous for me to say he's great. You know, I almost think it's time for Wig Thursday. I've got 1 hour. Let me pull it out. I think before I do that, I want to go to DEF CON 4. Thank you. I have great ears. You're a sick puppy, buddy. You were probably molested as a child. Okay, I'm ready for action, Jackson. I've got my mob preparations ready to go. Yeah. I'm all set. I'm ready for any type of riot situation. Thank you, man. So let me get my my ready riot gear ready to go here, and we'll go for it. Okay, welcome to Freedom Friday, where you're free if you're protected with Kevlar. Otherwise, you're open season. Everybody's danger grows increasingly greater the longer that Donald Trump and Nancy Pelosi can't see eye to eye. Let's do this. Let's prepare for the coming apocalypse. Let's you and I work together to build you some sort of a backup system, you know? How many of you have food in your car right now, in your trunk? Press 1. Anybody? Am I the only person in the world with food in their car, in their trunk? Thank you. Howie Ditt's got it. Bengalize has got it. Skrizzle's got it. So you got to store, KY Poopy's got it. You got to store some edible snack bars or something. You have a month of water in your car? That's cool. That's smart. But you got to get some food, man. You especially. You don't have a lot of food on those bones of yours. You're dang near too thin. So you're ready to go when you're starving in a snowstorm. Well, our economy is so bad right now. Costco, you keep pot on board of your car? Well, you're pretty smart there, buddy. You must be in a legal recreational state. No, I'm not Darth Vader's gay anything. I'm straight, dude. Get it through your thick brain. You're out of here. Well, Costco has a really good thing going. Believe it or not, they're already sold out of 27-pound tubs of mac and cheese. That's right. BuzzFeed's got the story, along with everything else. Yeah, look at that. If you're a mac and cheese lover, there's a new mega product that will either be the best thing or the worst thing to ever happen to you. It's the 27-pound bucket Costco puts out. And they're sold out. That's how popular they are. And people are, stocking up for the apocalypse, I guess, knowing full well that this shutdown is the worst in U.S. history. So we're all ready for a major situation. That's enough for a month for a whole family of 4. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And somebody was saying you make mac and cheese when put a can of tuna in there. So for the cost of that mac and cheese and a big box of tuna fish, you got yourself survival food for the entire apocalypse. Howie's got something better? Really? Hang on. And then there was Flipper. Flipper. Hello. I am coming to you from another universe. We are transferring thoughts interdimensionally. Please help this poor guy, David Sponheim, get to be President of the United States. Okay, we've got Chef's Banquet macaroni and cheese storage bucket, 180 servings. There you go. It has 6 30-serving zip-sealed pouches of cheddar cheese. These are mega pouches of cheddar cheese mixed with 6 30-serving zip-sealed pouches of elbow macaroni pasta. And believe me, this is not necessarily non-GMO, is it? No, it's GMO. But who cares when you're starving to death, right? I'll take a GMO pizza, please. I'm starving. Thank you. You can eat for $3 a day, Misanthropy, with this incredible deal. So seriously, folks, if you're not prepared for the coming apocalypse, you better get on it. Yeah. I highly recommend it. Let me poof up my hair a little bit. Hang on. Yeah. The problem with wearing a hat is it pushes your hair down, so you look like Marcus Welby, MD. No, my Viking gear goes way back. I've got knives from the 1700s. I think, no, it's nothing to do with my hair. I've got, now it's all about my ears. Yeah. You want to see the knife that my grandfather butchered cattle with? in around 1897? Not my grandfather, my great-grandfather. You want to see something that dates back the 1800s for my family? Would you? I've got that in my possession here. I've got a massive collection, actually. I should go live with my museum. I should go live with my museum. Really, you should come to the Sponheim Castle. We would love to have you here. Yes. We'll show you all the heirlooms. No, it's just plain old raw iron. Yes, we have a lot of things in our history, my family does, so I don't mind taking you to the castle. Take me to the castle, please. This is the town of Sponheim in Germany. Sehr geschicklich. This is part of the German's pronunciation for the family line. The Geschichte, the Burg Sponheim, ist England yeah, that's the dungeon. I think we went to the dungeon a little too fast. No, please, no, don't send me to the dungeon, no. Ah. There's the castle from 1127 Germany. I have used the knives, yeah. And look at the stonework that we've used to build the Sponheim Castle. Yeah. My chromosomes were used to build this castle. Believe it or not, I am part of this history here. Yeah. So you got to understand, I have relatives that don't even believe that I am from the Castle Sponheim. That's how out of it they are. Okay. I use the knives, yes. During 3 cooking shows, I have used knives. Yes. For real. David, I'm on Periscope. Hey, Jacket Pockets, welcome. Nice to see you're over there. Thank you. You have a rich heritage too? Where are you from? Skrizzle. Where's your family heir from? Let's get personal. We're doing little personal profiles. Germany, really? You're from Skrizzleland? Well, you're from the famous Skrizzle family? In Dusseldorf? I only knew 2 Skrizzles when I was in Dusseldorf. Save this picture. What for? Could we get serious here? This is serious. Whoa. I'll look at it right now. This is very appropriate. I'll even give it a good backdrop. Check this meme out that just came from Misanthropy. 125 years ago, you didn't have to ask permission from the government to collect rainwater, go fishing, own a property, start a business, build a home, get married, hunt, own a weapon, cut hair, sell a product, protest, or sell food. You can do virtually nothing without being extorted by the government and obtaining their permission first. If you still think you're free, you're deluding yourself. You are just a free-range human living on a tax farm. Moo! Yeah, that's called subjugation, exploitation. That's what we all dread. And here we are, being subjugated, just like our great-grandfathers and grandmothers were. Feudalism all over again. And now they call it the New World Order, but it's really the monarchy redressed. Yeah, it turns out that my family has been fighting the Rothschilds for centuries. It's in my blood. I'm not about to sit back and watch some overtaking warlord and robber baron take our great nation away from us, because that's what's happening. Just like you, born into a country that claims to be free and democratic, I've learned the hard way that we're neither free nor democratic. After testing the waters for 10 years, we've been censored heavy in this country and around the world. People have been trying to stop this internet show from actually growing. And they're doing a very aggressive job of it, paying people in the millions of dollars to keep me down. I know that sounds hard to believe, but it's true. And I've been validating it every single time I get emails from people telling me they get money to censor me. And I hear about people broadcasting us all over the globe on UHF, and I'm very impressed with their desire to keep the show alive, and I appreciate it because it really is holding this entire movement together. It's not money contributed to this effort. The Americans, by and large, don't contribute at all, hardly. We just have a couple guys. I got a guy who's a meter maid down in the Midwest. I should say meter sir, not maid. And he does parking tickets, and he's made a donation of a $20 donation and a $10 donation. Thank you very much. But we're not relying on big donations. This is all free, pro bono, courtesy of you-know-who. Me. Freedom Lie. Thank you. That's a great meme. Oh, play Mr. Right. Well, okay, let's play Mr. Right. We haven't done that in a while. Okay. Oh my. Oh, got a little fully clothed dancing going on. Somebody said, "Could you play more older women dancing?" That would be very helpful. Thank you. Yeah, I will. You're the new Xenu. I see that. You're getting more creative. Okay, here's Mr. Right. Okay, thank you very much for listening to that for the 50th time. Appreciate it. We're trying to pull a record, where we can't. We'll play Can't Stop later, but thank you. My name is Luca. Are you here too, Luca? Okay. My name is Luca. I played that the other night. My name is Luca. Yeah, this is going to be good. We got the king of vaccines coming clean. The guy who's at the top of the pyramid tells the truth about vaccines coming up at the top of the hour, 10 o'clock. We'll get his 4-minute discussion about vaccines and their dangers, or not. We'll find out. He comes clean. I want to hear what he has to say about the dangers. I'm always concerned about things that are not scientifically tested. Now, our government is not scientifically testing the atmosphere. These are chemtrails that are being dumped on our skies. Less viewers because there is a concerted effort to shut us down on Vaughn, and he has limited the number of people that get in there. But we've got people now watching us at iVlog.tv/user/America's Third Party. iVlog, VLOG. So this is an ongoing problem that we've been discussing. There's no question about its dangers. This has been studied in Italy, the contents of which are mostly barium, aluminum, strontium, selenium, lithium, the very things that you would expect to take if you're a mental patient. So why are they spraying it in the skies, and why are they not telling us about it? Therein lies the big problem. Somebody is making decisions, and it's not in our best interests. Yeah. And it might as well be from the science fiction story of The Outer Limits, of a woman's head. I mean, these are the kind of people that want to live forever, so they're willing to poison the rest of us. And if we don't realize this in time, they will effectively get rid of the population. Cancer, compromised immune system, everybody in your family will be vulnerable. I use VPNs, yes, but people that use VPNs can't get in here. Mark has censored 350 million VPNs. That's about 1 billion people from coming in here. He even admitted it. But there's somebody making decisions about the future of humanity, and it's probably something like this. As weird as I can't even tell you how weird that is. They announced last month that they managed to keep 2 pigs alive, their heads alive, for three entire days. They expect to be able to keep people's heads alive when their bodies fail them. Can you imagine a more screwed up situation than that? Well, with virtual reality, you can say, yes, go over and turn on the TV. Yes, I'd like to watch sports. Okay. And your mouth is moving too. Yes, I'd like to watch sports, and it would be great if you could turn on the Chicago game. Thank you. Unlimited video on demand. How many of you would want to sit there with just your brain with no chance of ever moving your arms or legs? I would think that would be like torture. Would you like it? Would anybody like that? Press 1. If you want to be immortal sitting on a shelf with tubes hooked up to your brain. I can't imagine anyone wanting to do that. Well, I cannot tell you why I should or should not augment my body with cyborg. KY Poopy wants to do it. See, I knew it. I knew there'd be some person out there who wants to sit on a table as a brain. I know Trump's making a major announcement. I think he's probably going to just tell the truth. You know, he's been working for the Russians all along, and he's been lying about it being a Russian hoax. That'd be great. What you probably won't see tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say that I have been lying to you about working for the Russians. There was collusion. My main attorney just said, Giuliani just said there was collusion, so therefore there was collusion. What are you going to do about it? We're implementing a plan to shut down the country. America is now run by Russia. Thank you. From now on, Vladimir Putin will be telling you all about their plans for America. I know, Trump telling the truth. Can you imagine how that would go? What if Trump just announced that we're no longer a country, we're now part of a subsidiary of Russia? What would you do? Nothing. That's the sad truth, is most of us are so dumbed down from the lithium and the selenium and the aluminum and the barium and that we wouldn't even do anything. Because we've already been controlled by the head. The head has taken over. It is now the Borg. You'd move to Mexico? While they're moving here, you'd move to Mexico. Well, the possibility of some person who's, probably 700 years old sitting on a table right now making decisions about our future is very real. Wouldn't that be hilarious if Sir Francis Bacon was actually alive on a table right now? I've told you that the New World Order will indeed revolutionize the world. I don't know, man. It's kind of freaky. Move to Russia? No, we're already in Russia. We just have a president that claims that he's making America great again. I mean, come on. Let's be real. The deep state is run by the same people that run Russia. It's a Zionist takeover. It really is. They want to keep us separated too. And dumbed down and docile. And I say we can jumpstart this country. I say we could get this country going. But we have to get the will of the people to go 2/3 majority. And right now, neither the Democrat or the Republican Party could pull 2/3. The reason why is because their issues are dividing us. Now, I'm telling you, I'm supporting of gun rights, right to bear arms. I know I can bring a lot of people on the right into this party with that alone. But I'm also concerned about women being forced into pro-life situations where they have to keep the baby no matter what, even if they're raped in their first trimester. I'm pro-choice, so I'm pro-choice and pro-guns. I'm also in favor of capital punishment at the federal level as long as there's genetic evidence proving the killer really is the killer. Yes, well, the announcement of the shutdown is only emphasizing the simple fact that Pelosi is being leveraged as best he can to get her to capitulate and get the $5 billion. I don't understand why Charles Schumer and Pelosi are holding out on this. Just let Donald get his money and let's build this fence, because it's definitely going to be a fence, not a wall. But if we don't have any specific solutions in the next 2 weeks, we are heading into the dreaded no payouts for various purposes. IRS says that they'll continue to collect money with a skeleton staff. You're going to get your IRS returns, they say, but food stamps will not be issued next month if they can't get this thing rolling.
Call from
Johnny. Okay, Johnny. Yeah, Johnny, what's your question? Yeah, what's your question?
House, Dave.
You're going to come to my house. What are you going to do, Johnny? That's the voice of a psycho who thinks that they can threaten us. Can you believe that? Knowing full well that I'm more than able to blow anybody's head off who enters my house with the full legitimate defense of my nation or my castle law if they put us in mortal danger of our life. I mean, why would anyone want their head blown off? I don't get that. It's like... Yeah, he's a sick bastard. Yeah, I decided to put a little of his sound in the recorded broadcast. Hope you like that. So we're fighting a challenge that's way beyond the idea of building a political movement, because, like I said, most of us are so apathetic and dumbed down that we can barely even function. You're able to get up in the morning, go to work, come home, kiss your wife if you have one, and then watch our show for 5 hours. Yeah, I am careful. But I mean, why would anyone, threaten somebody who's perfectly capable of defending themselves in a castle law state? I don't get that. Why would someone want their head blown off? Yeah, if we're in mortal fear for our lives, we have every right to, blow somebody's head off entering our house, sure. He just said he was coming over to, It's one of my many death threats. I get lots of death threats. I get 3 to 4 a night, on average. Well, Dummkopf, they're just frightened. These people have no idea what they're dealing with. This is John F. Kennedy and Abraham Lincoln combined, this effort. Abraham Lincoln was the first third-party president, by the way. He actually started a third party called the Republican Party. At the time, it was the third party. I know. Thank you. Well, it's on the recorded broadcast of the threat. And we got a soundbite of his voice, too, which is good. You always need that in the future. In the future, we'll be able to imprint people. Their voice will be the perfect, just like their fingerprint, no different. I know that Prince Philip flipped the Range Rover, and everyone's wondering about that. I've often wondered if Prince Philip is all there. I mean, really? Who gave him the Bentley? Unhurt at the age of 97, the man is quite a hoot. Oh, yes. Did you hear the story? Prince Philip, car accident, Royal, 97, unhurt, as Land Rover flips. Here's Johnny. Let's take a look. Britain's Prince Philip, husband of Queen Elizabeth.
Now about a member of the royal family. Buckingham Palace says Prince Philip was in a car crash Thursday. Police say he was not injured. He walked away from that right there. That's his Land Rover tipped over, but the driver and passenger in the other car were treated for injuries at a nearby hospital. Palace officials say the 97-year-old Duke of Edinburgh was driving that car when it happened. Anna Stewart is in Sandringham for us. She's live there. That's where the Queen and Duke have been since Christmas. What do we know about how this crash happened? I know you're there at the scene. Certainly Prince Philip is a very lucky 97-year-old man.
I know, and if you look at the photos, the videos of this car accident, it was very serious. You can see that the car that Prince Philip was driving was actually overturned on its side. That Land Rover, which is a very heavy vehicle. Miraculous that he's unscathed. As you said, the passengers in the other car, 2 women, they were taken to hospital. They were treated for minor injuries only. So really, thank goodness that this all ended well. Now, what happened? So this was just before 3 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday. As you said, just outside the Sandringham estate, which is in Norfolk, where the Queen spends her Christmas. And as you can probably see behind me, there's a very busy main road. And to my right, there's a junction coming off the estate. So it appears that the accident happened here. And actually, if I just step out slightly outside, you can see some of the debris to the side. Lots of shattered glass, some plastic.
I have a question. Was he on drugs? Was he on PCP or angel dust? Has he been drug tested? Does anyone know? The debris is not the good indication.
A wind mirror, in fact, that has a Land Rover serial number appearing as it would be from Prince Philip's car. Plenty of debris. The emergency services were very quick to respond here. The car itself was obviously towed away. Now, this has raised lots of concerns about Prince Philip, whether he should have been driving at the age of 97, although I would say that we have it confirmed from the palace that he does have a valid driving licence. It's renewed every 3 years, as it should be under British law. There are lots of concerns about his health. He wasn't actually seen here at Sandringham over Christmas.
Oh, he looks jolly good. He looks like he's in excellent health, and anyone who'd question him is simply not right in the head. I mean, it's simply ageism to think that he couldn't drive that vehicle at that age. My God. He's risking the world around him. The man needs to be incarcerated with the commoners for such a reckless act of violence against mankind. No one was hurt, so we're good. No, he's fine. Everything's okay. He looks like he sips children's blood for breakfast. Is that how he's staying so chipper? You know, I'll bet he got an extra dose of adrenochrome that day and just said, hey, I think I'll get in the car and go driving. Yes, it's time. It would be awfully nice to take a drive now that I have all the adrenochrome I could ever want. Take me to the next child slavery cult meeting. I'm just pontificating. I have no idea how this guy stays so healthy. He's 97. All I can tell you is the allegations are just flying left and right about the royals and the Netherlands and all that stuff. Yeah. I wish it was a lot easier to talk about this stuff, but Friday night we really have to touch down on the weird elitists that are doing some pretty weird things, like injecting blood in their system of children to stay younger. One such person, Peter Thiel, is, of course, the guy who made a lot of money on PayPal, along with a few other people. Oh no, not him again. Yeah. No. Hey, Peter Thiel believes blood transfusions from the young could be biologically fountain of youth and help people live forever. Parabiosis involves the transfusion of blood plasma from a younger donor. So he's openly admitted to getting blood transfusions from children. All right? Tell me this isn't a slippery slope down a very dark road. It's not. It's weird, all right. Yeah. Here is the article from the Daily Mail. But Peter Thiel, one of the big investors in PayPal. Check it out. I kid you not, man. What's going on over here? Are you like flipping me off? Is this a form of spamming? Did I finally get a spam attack, Scissor Fight? I think we got a spam attack going on over there. The first time in iBlog's history. They spam by just posting little pictures. Isn't that cute? Well, you guys are the cutest little spammers ever. Look at that. You spam attackers. Do. iBlog is? Really? Well, I think it's okay. I do not, no. My lines have been removed, as you can see. I have a very flexible face. I actually do facial muscular tests to see if my quadrants work properly. My left quadrant, my right quadrant. I'm Popeye the Sailor Man. I'm Popeye the Sailor Man. Hey, where are we at now with the next discussion? Oh, we're done. Oh, great. Okay, we covered all the territory. Blood-drinking, ritualistic elitists, people that drive cars and flip them. Jason Van Dyke, the first cop in 50 years to actually be prosecuted for over nearly 7 years in prison for killing a young man. We covered that story. And what else? BuzzFeed reporter who broke bombshell 100%. We got that story coming up at the top of the hour as well. We're going to pass on the Adderall story. And this is a cameo of a guy who hung out at the recent gathering, and he pops in almost every single location that has free food. Yes, and you all know about the free food giveaway. Yeah, he seems to have an addiction to free food. His name is Donald Trump, and he is seen here with Billy Beer and this brother of Jimmy Carter. Yeah. But there he is, eating the common fast food with all the big, yeah, whatever. Next. Okay, we talked about how doctors are getting kickbacks for handing out opioids. That's pretty sick. That should be prosecuted. And let's see. U.S. review. Yes, we have that. Of course. And that. Okay, we're done there. Great. I don't want to keep belaboring the issue about Michael Cohen, but he has experienced shoulder surgery, and he's nursing his shoulder into health. He wore a red identification bracelet seen in hospitals here. And I think his arm is, I don't know what happened to his arm, but apparently, he wanted to get this taken care of, so get it out of the way. I got to tell you, this guy's really gone the distance to help the country in many ways, open up about what really did happen when Trump was controlling him. I actually see Michael Cohen as a kind of a hero. I do. I don't see him as the terrible demon that Trump paints him out to be, because I think he is telling the truth. He's not trying to broker deals to get better deals. He's already got a good deal. And he had to come clean twice. He was trying to protect the president even after getting plea agreement. So that's him with his pillow. Me and my pillow, traveling the town around me. Traveling with his pillow. Well, I don't think so. That's only you. That's your mouth. That's your breath blowing back in your face. No, I don't think he's making these stories up. You guys want to believe that all these things are lies, but they're not. Okay, another story came in. Oh my gosh. It keeps coming. A cop. Whoops. That's chat, checking on chat here. How to fix the government? Well, bipartisan startup of our entire government would occur if 2/3 would just agree. That'd be a big step in the right direction, wouldn't it? A cop was stumbling drunk, urine-soaked, when he plowed into vehicles going 70 miles per hour, police say. Sergeant Jeffrey Kutz, one of the Cyril Police Department's most experienced cops with 22 years on the job, found himself getting booked for a crime on December 18th after allegedly drinking at home of another officer, and then drove his Dodge pickup 70 miles per hour into two vehicles on the shoulder of Old Bridge Highway, seriously injuring a man, according to police reports. His attorney says, "I know he feels terrible that somebody's hurt. The incident was life-changing." Yeah, it's time for these cops to stop acting like a bunch of jerks. They're living the life. He's full of crap and wants a reduced sentence, really? Oh my gosh. You're talking about Cohen? Yeah, I don't think so. Now you're saying he's just making up stories? Well, I mean, you can go ahead and say that. I'm not going to stop you from saying that in defense of Trump. Go ahead. Feel free. Freeway sign falls on a woman's SUV as she drives. Talk about safety on the highway. Boom! Holy moly! Holy... wasn't planning on that move. Jeez, she's lucky. Man. Ma'am, are you okay? That's serious. Holy moly! She handled it very well. She must have gone to the Dave's defensive driving course. Yes. Fantastic. And we'll give you updates on the Queen and her plan to rule the universe during our show tonight. Played a little Miley Cyrus. Now here's a Satanist who wants to go to heaven, and she played at the Chris Cornell tribute. She stole the show at Chris Cornell's tribute concert with a rousing rendition of his famous Temple of the Dog song. Heading to heaven with Satan, I guess. Gee, is heaven... yeah, does heaven have a place for Satanists? Does anybody know? I don't know. Hey, we don't judge you here. You know, you can hang out and watch our show at Cool Rock. We have that available for you during the show.
Where bass rules the planet. In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide. We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at coolrock.com and watch virtual chat, great music, and interactive news links.
making beautiful music with the amazing interactive AI system we have on there. And I put this whole together, the whole thing, so you can watch, chat, and play and have fun with music in the show. So have fun. Play with a harp. X out anything you don't want. It's totally flexible. This is your website to do anything you want with. And don't forget, Mr. Doob is pretty cool. You can do all kinds of fun things with images. Isn't that great? Three-dimensional manipulatives, all kinds of JScripts. Fun stuff, Mr. Doob. And then down below is an incredible story. You get the left, right, and center news stories on every major issue. Trump grounds military aircraft for Pelosi's foreign trip. Here's the red. Republicans say Trump denies Pelosi aircraft for foreign trip after call for State of the Union delay. And then the center says Trump's battle with Pelosi intensifies. And the left says Trump hits back at Pelosi, upending her trip to see troops. Oh, she just wanted to see the troops. That's so nice of her. And then here you can find out about any state in the Union. Here's Texas. The Republic of Texas achieved its independence from Mexico in 1836, the same year as the famous siege of the Alamo, in which pioneers Jim Bowie and David Crockett were slain. The Lone Star State was the 28th state to join the Union. Anyway, you get the drift here. All right? Yeah, isn't that fun? Really? Miley is the devil? I don't know. Does the Queen measure up to that? On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the devil, how close is the Queen to Lucifer? Ooh. Right-hand man? Right-hand woman? Alpha L Fluca was Homo sapiens. Thank you. I'm not sure why I'm looking at that, so please explain. Thank you, SDMF. I think Trump's going to announce that there's a sex selfie of him and that he's going to do everything he can to keep it from being seen, but be prepared to find out that he may have an image of his body part. That's what I think he's going to say. What would you say if you had a sex selfie in the hands of our government? Mueller has a thing called a sex selfie in the Trump file. We know that for a fact. What if Trump's big announcement was that we are no longer a country, we're now merging with Russia? What would you all do? You'd be removed from the show. Bye. Somebody's going to get their head bashed in. Yeah, unfortunately. I knew a guy like him. He was in a motorcycle accident. Same kind of hothead. Same age. Was in a motorcycle accident. Terrible. Yeah, it's not pretty. I'm not sure. What do you think Trump's big announcement will be? That he's, plan on negotiating a deal with the Republicans to open up a funding for the border fence? That he's signing the document anyway? He's going to sign the budget, even though we're going to get... we're going to secure funding in another source in the government through committee, and I've decided I'm going to be the nice guy, and I'm going to sign our budget and get our country going again. Thank you very much. That's how I'd handle it. I would say we're building another alternative pathway for funding, and we're just going to get the country going. If he's enacting the Emergency Act, he won't get support from all the Republicans. They've already said no. Senator Thune, author of the Thune Amendment, the pro-gun right guy, he said no. He's not going to fund it. A lot of Republicans are going to say no. Well, they want a real emergency to justify it. They don't see doing this, especially in light of the fact that Donald Trump cut emergency funding to Puerto Rico and tried to actually stop them from getting any funding at all during a devastating weather problem, hurricane. Yeah, so Trump's now on record having not funded that, yet wants an emergency funding for a wall. Makes no sense. And there's no solid evidence of an emergency in action right now. There are cases of drug cartels that are being apprehended at the border, 5 of them last year. But how many drug cartel members get through without getting stopped? That's the bigger question the Democrats are not addressing. So that has to be, handled. But they just found out that the humanitarian crisis with the children is much worse than we had anticipated. I've been talking about 2,400 kids missing without any support, and it's been a bad thing for all these parents who've lost their children. It's just horrible. They're now deported back in Mexico and other areas. They don't know where their children are. You can only imagine how that feels. And our country's done nothing to count the number of kids in captivity. It's just crazy how badly run Trump is doing the border thing. It shows me how ill-prepared he was for even implementing ideas like his zero tolerance plan, which was ridiculous. I never would have implemented that. It's ridiculous to push it that hard. We're pushing the envelope on our country's security, on our stability. And it's not pleasant to see Donald Trump run around brashly now meeting with Kim Jong-un with no real plan to get rid of nuclear weapons. Another example of grandstanding to evade scrutiny over the Russian thing. Trump is using every means possible to shut the country down and to divert your attention. And this wall thing has been a big diversion. And now with a big, huge meeting tomorrow, it's all a big diversion. Yet it's becoming more and more obvious that Trump worked with the Russians to rig the election and is now hiding behind the scrim of one big lie. It's all a Russian hoax, all a bunch of lies, fake news. One big lie. And he's pulled that off for years now, for 2 years, lying straight to your face. It's all a Russian hoax. There's more and more evidence. In fact, Giuliani just admitted that they had low-level members of Trump's team had met with Russians and colluded with them, like Carter Page. So even Giuliani's begin to work his way out with the exit clause that, yeah, we did collude a little bit, but it's not like you think. If that isn't a slanted admission of guilt, I don't know what is. So how could you have no collusion when now Giuliani's saying there was collusion? You got no answers, you people on the right. You just stood blindly by a guy who stole my ideas and then proceeded to act like he was your big savior who's going to stop the deep state. When the deep state not only has sex pics on him, but they've got money he owes them. Big time. And we aren't talking about loan sharks here, much bigger than loan sharks. Now the Democrats are looking into Deutsche Bank to find out if there is a link to the money laundering, and I bet there is. Because remember, in 2013, the FBI was sitting there at the Trump Tower watching money launderers engage in Russian money laundering at the Trump Towers with Trump right there near the residence. And I'm sure that if they look a little deeper, they'll find that Trump comped the Russians the room that they stayed in, which makes him complicit in a money laundering scam. That's serious. And then you look at Manafort in the plea agreement. If Mueller ever turns that paperwork over, we're going to have a lot of evidence right there, because Manafort, the plea agreement, shut the entire money laundering case down. We haven't heard a thing about it, which makes me think Mueller is hiding information. Mueller may be charged with the crime someday for doing what he's not doing, or rather not doing what he should be doing. He should have subpoenaed Trump for the 10 years of tax returns. There would have been a paper trail of money laundering right there. That's crazy that he didn't do that. That shows me complicity, that Mueller is indeed working for the deep state and protecting Trump. Now, if you're one of those QAnon weirdos that buy the CIA bullcrap about Trump fighting the deep state, you better wake up soon, because our country may very well have been shut down because Donald Trump is taking orders to shut it down. And this Emergency Act is another one of the Russian ideas to control us. So if this is a Russian plan and we're not able to get a bipartisan startup of 2/3 majority, then we're pretty much screwed. With a president who can't possibly even build a coalition in a government that's completely at odds with each other. We need a coalition built at the center of the political spectrum with common ideals melded together. And I think we've got it with America's Third Party, but they're fighting tooth and nail to shut us down and keep us from getting any exposure in the United States. this show has been completely banned and censored in the United States. We're only seen by a few people who can tap into our show, who are ironically watching us through T. Rucker's group, because this guy had all these cronies that were going to his site have been allowed into our show. That's how he culled the audience. Meanwhile, iBlog is open to people, but we don't know why they're not, coming in by the hordes. But if you want to catch our show on an open network that isn't censored, that we know of, here is the actual address for you to find us. And you can also catch us at Periscope every single night when we tweet at Third Party. But this is the iBlog address. This is a Flash-driven system, and it works better than the HTML5 system at Vaughn. Yeah, Putin has Trump well instructed on how to consolidate power. I'm the only person talking about these issues, and have for about nearly 3 years, plus the additional 7 years we've been running for office. And my ideas have been shared all over the internet and copied by Trump, many of them, thinking that they're somehow his ideas now that he heard me say it. But he's now using every means possible to divert everybody from the real connections he has with Russia. And if you don't think that's the case, then good luck. Because it's pretty obvious he got to this presidency with Russia's help, no question about it. And thinking you could stack the entire Supreme Court with Republican drunks and alleged rapists, good luck with that too. We'll eventually have to impeach probably 50% of the Supreme Court. When all's said and done, the Supreme Court is about as corrupt as it gets. So Miley Cyrus did tweet this today: broken phone to match our system and society. So there she is. She's making a social and political statement. There she is. You go, girl. I guess she's newly married, but she apparently lost her house in Malibu to a terrible fire. Yeah. I'm sure she'll rebound with all the money she's made. Yeah, you like her, huh? All right. Yeah, no lag, no intrusive ads, not a capacity notice over here at iBlog. Yeah. So I'll try to push people into the room more and more, because we need more and more people into the room. We have a large capacity at iBlog. No, I'm not interested in Miley as a person. I'm not in any way associating with Satanists. Thank you. I wouldn't associate with Chelsea Clinton for the same reason. You know that Chelsea Clinton is actually tweeting the Church of Satan? Isn't that funny? I find that odd. Anyways, we got great ideas. Mobile medical units with selling marijuana in the back of these mobile medical units to help finance operations. Charging small co-pays of $30 when you go to see a doctor. These are ideas we've talked about. Living in a dome living, that'd be kind of cool. Yeah, that would be my bedroom in future times. You know, I don't think we need to study Satanists. I'm not interested in paying any homage to Satan or Lucifer. You leave that up to the Vatican. Isn't that cool? Wouldn't you love to have one of those things? I'm looking into buying one, I think. I've got a little place in the back here that would be perfect for. Little biodome. Yeah, just blow up biodome. They need a compressed air to work. But you go in through one opening and they compress air, and that's how they open up. No, you don't copulate in these things, no. So Nancy Pelosi's very upset about not being able to go to Afghanistan as a grandstanding attempt to make it seem like she cares about the troops. Donald pulled a plug on her.
Get a measure of the leadership of Afghanistan, the strength of their military, the morale of their people. It's about governance, it's about security, It's about the civilian affairs in the country as we make our oversight decisions about our policy, the engagement that we have in Afghanistan.
Oh, God. She's so out of it. And this is the best the Democrats have. Isn't that pathetic? This is the best the Democrats have. Talk about a lame duck party that only won because we want the Republicans to question Trump and prosecute him. And now she thinks that somehow she's got entitlement. Tell me about it. I'll play the whole thing tonight. It's just got to be enough to frustrate every one of you in the room. It'll be torture. Pelosi torture. We got other people talking.
A liar. Here's the thing, though. The reporting isn't so much about what Michael Cohen said. It's about who, according to BuzzFeed, again, if it's true, who told him to say it. And the special counsel, according to BuzzFeed, does have interviews with multiple witnesses to back this up, that they have evidence, they said. We're talking about internal company emails, texts, documents. When you add all of that up, it's interesting that this is what we hear from Rudy Giuliani, Renato.
Yeah, he's not denying the substance of it, right? He's simply saying that Cohen is a liar. And if what BuzzFeed News said was true, then it doesn't really matter what Cohen says. And I think a lot of viewers.
On second thought, I'm not going to play this. This is CNN tripe. I don't want it to fill your airwaves. Sorry. Pass on that one. I definitely, yeah. That was funny. State California salaries, average salaries, I looked it up. The average salary for a regular teacher is about $79,000, mid-range to high in California. The average public school teacher in California was $79,000, and they are still picketing right now. They don't have enough money. $79,000. Yep. It seems like the Democrats have created too many public unions that are so filled with themselves that they're going to hold our country hostage. And I don't think the Democrats really care if they hold our country hostage at all. It's kind of irrelevant to them. But that's the greedy aspect of these people. They all have government jobs. They want more money when our government is running out of money. This is an untenable, unworkable solution to keep borrowing money to finance our operations. It's just going to have to come to an end. The debt clock in California for these teachers, they got a $462 billion debt. Yet the teachers want to get more money? It just makes no sense. So California is the poster child of misexpenditure and bad tax and spend activities of the Democrats. They've wasted so much money, it's not even funny. And we had news that, yeah, that's that with that. Okay. Oh, here we go. And the questioning about the nomination for Attorney General, Senator Amy Klobuchar quizzing William Barr on exactly what he would consider an act of obstruction. Let's take one more look at that. This guy has openly stated he wrote a 20-page letter wanting Michael Flynn not to be investigated, even though it was known that Michael Flynn was working for Russia. As far as I'm concerned, William Barr was working for Russia when he wrote that 20-page letter to Rod Rosenstein. I don't trust this guy. I think he's a New World Order puppet working for Russian Zionists.
I'd have to know the specific. I'd have to know the specific facts.
Okay. Corruption.
Telling me that we do have Amy Klobuchar in the confirmation hearing asking William Barr about exactly this. Let's look at this.
The president persuading a person to commit perjury would be obstruction. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Or any person who persuades another to, yeah.
Okay. You also said that a president or any person convincing a witness to change testimony would be obstruction. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And on page 2, you said that a president deliberately impairing the integrity or availability of evidence would be an obstruction. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so what if a president told a witness not to cooperate with an investigation or hinted at a pardon?
You know, I'd have to know the specific. I'd have to know the specific facts.
Okay. And you wrote on page 1 that if a president knowingly destroys or alters evidence, that would be obstruction.
Yes.
Okay. So what if a president drafted a misleading statement to conceal the purpose of a meeting? Would that be obstruction?
Again, you know, I'd have to know the specifics.
Well, this guy's a little bit soft on making specific statements about anything. It's pretty obvious Donald Trump did tell Donald Trump Jr. to change his testimony. That would be obstruction of justice. Definitely. And firing James Comey to end the Russian investigation definitely would be obstruction of justice. But I don't think William Barr is going to be any better than Jeff Sessions myself. I think, if anything, he'll be just as antagonistic to Trump, but in the end, cave in to Trump. He's not going to be independent in any way. Oh yeah, breakfast and tea in Europe. It's excellent. Last 30 minutes of my broadcast. Thank you. Well, we do these broadcasts every night. This is my 5th hour. I start at 5 and close down at 10 o'clock. So thanks for coming in. This young lady who was pled guilty to soliciting in Thailand has been sent and now in transit to Belarus, where she's being extradited. Well, I'm on Periscope right now. All you have to do, I'm never at the same location, Anita. All you have to do is catch our at third party posting every day. You'll find us over there. Well, if Don Jr. is going to be indicted, if he did change his testimony, that's a fact. If he is indicted and they claim that he was trying to evade the issue, I think that Donald Jr. met... Now, this woman claims that she has information from oligarchs that would draw a clear picture about Donald Trump and the Russian influence. She said that she was willing to be interviewed if they could extradite her to the U.S. So, I mean, detained Belarusian model Anastasio Vashulkevich, known by her pen name Nastya Rybka, arrives at the Thai Immigration Department in Bangkok during her deportation together with other associates after pleading guilty in court to multiple charges, including solicitation and illegal assembly. She was teaching women how to be sexy in Thailand. Sexy moves to get men, that kind of thing. Anyway, I'm not interested in talking about that aspect. I am interested in knowing more about what she has to say about the Russian involvement. She was very much of a mistress for an oligarch. Yeah, they like them young, the KGB honey trap, right? So, I believe that we're going to get to the bottom of all this eventually. It may take a year or two, but by the end of the 2019, early 2020, we should have some definitive answers as to whether Donald Trump is going to be our president any much longer, and whether he's going to allow Pence to stay under him. With all of the dirt on Pence, it doesn't look good for our country. And worst of all, Nancy Pelosi, who clearly has senile dementia, or appears to, would be the president of the United States under those situations. Worst possible scenario. I can't even imagine a more disastrous outcome for this country. And the fact that Russia clearly is constantly meddling in our nation's affairs, and Trump seems to have a close affinity to Russia in every way, makes you wonder, how do we extricate ourselves from the situation without a third party? There's only one way. I believe that's the only way. All right. We'll leave you with that and a little sign that, are you ready for the next generation? All right. See you later, everyone. Till tomorrow.